Hello there. I believe we are finally back and finally live. Week in a row. Finally getting a little bit back into this. But yeah, hopefully we're up and running. Thank you for being early, Anders. Appreciate it. Nice to see you. And we are just going to continue where we left off. So basically, if you didn't see the first part here, we are doing a pit lane start every race. We're going to try and see just how long it's going to take us to get the title with that strategy. Currently, we have scored 33 points. We're already ahead of Mercedes after 5 races. Alonso has been the main point scorer. And to be fair, he did score some points in Aston before he came to us, so it's going to be a little bit squiggly here. Hello there, Kipson. How you doing? Hopefully the audio is okay. It was a little bit buggy when I was setting this up. Hopefully it's better now. Hello, Susao. Nice to see you. Jasper, welcome. Appreciate you all stopping by and saying hi. But yeah, we're just going to get straight back into this. And we have signs now that we can hire. It's going to put our money at a very critical situation. It's going to cost us 5 million. We only have 7. So it's going to make things a little bit interesting. But I think it is going to be worth it long term. Doing good. How about you? I'm also doing good. Been a little bit of a busy week, so will not be no video today, just a stream. And tomorrow I'm probably just going to sit down and prepare next week. But other than that, I've been fine. Sorry, quite a topic. I can't play F1 Manager because cannot log into Epic Games. Any idea, or does anyone have the same problem right now? Give me 1 second here, and I'll just check if Epic Games having login issues. Generally, you should be able to figure out with the down detector. And apparently there has been a bit of a peak the last half an hour, so you might not be the only one struggling to log into Epic Games. Yeah, I think we are going to sign Science here. It's not a huge upgrade compared to Bottas. But as I mentioned here, the main thing that we are going to be needing is smoothness, and that is one of Bottas's greatest weakness, even with a good mentality already going his way. So we're going to get Science here. I don't actually precisely know Science boost smoothness stats, but it's a smooth operator, so you would expect it to be better. So we're going to take the dive here and potentially put ourselves in some financial misfortune. We'll have to wait and see here, but I think this is going to work out in our benefit long term. I do also believe that we do have some financial problems just purely due to the fact that our factory is very bad. A single crash is going to really mess with us. He has low smoothness. Okay. Let's see how low the smoothness is. It's actually lower than Bottas is right now, but keep in mind, he's also neutral in the mentality, so he actually is a little bit higher than Bottas. If it's worth in terms of investment, maybe not, but we shall see. We're going to put him directly in car development. Just like so. And we are just going to jump into Miami here. In terms of facilities, we still need to do a couple of upgrades, but again, the finances are limiting us a little bit there. Let's see, 4 days until a rairing, so we need about 1 million. We're not going to immediately put this on the car, I think. Well, we should. Yeah, we're going to have to hold on with buildings after we're done with Miami. I think that is just going to be how we're going to have to do this. Funnily enough, I've kind of put myself in a situation here that is very similar to how you would kind of struggle with a fresh team because of money. And I've done this to myself completely voluntarily, so can't really complain. We are going to make this new rear wing. It's going to help with the medium speed, but it's going to bring our dirty air tolerance below 30%. That's going to be kind of bad, but honestly, it shouldn't be a huge deal. 3 days until we get next ATR period, so we're actually just not going to start the design project until then. We're going to do the rear wing. So let's just wait until we get that started. Do I know if there are any 2025 livery mod for F1 Manager coming out anytime soon? I don't know, Kibson. I don't really pay much attention to livery mods, honestly. So I genuinely don't know. Spanish duo for the win? Precisely. It could very well be that Epic is having some problems with sign-ins, because as I mentioned, Down Detector is saying that a lot of people are reporting problems logging into Epic. So It could very well just be that the Epic login servers are struggling right now. It happens every now and again to basically every site, every online service, if you will. Okay, we are going to design another railing, very similar to the first one. But this time we're going to put in the CFD time, and that should give us a pretty decent upgrade down the road. I think we just barely have enough money to get this done, so to speak. Let's just do it like that. It's still going to be an upgrade compared to what we're running now. But once we run another CFD period through this, or not another CFD period, another design process through this, it's going to get a lot better. So there we are. We're now running dangerously close to being in a deficit, 190,000 in the bank account. We are desperate here for a good result at Miami. Have I watched the F1 75 show? You mean 75 years of F1? I didn't particularly pay attention to the show myself. I'm more interested in racing. But I did see some clips, including booing for the FIA and also booing for what's his name? Red Bull chief. I'm stuck. The Red Bull team principal. So it was. I did watch a summary. I didn't watch the entire thing. Horner, yes, precisely. Horn Dog, as he's also called now. So this is going to slow down our designs, but honestly, I'm just going to approve the investigation. I don't think it's a huge deal to lose 5 days. In terms of training here, we're going to change things up a little bit to try and bring down the fatigue. And we can also slap in a training session here before we go to Miami. No problem. Early on in seasons, I like to focus on getting basically the error chance down, which is what I'm doing. And then towards the mid-late season, we're going to start focusing on getting that pit stop time down. Right now, the well-rested or fatigue status here before the race weekend seem good. We're just going to go ahead and confirm that. How many designs per season? Is 3 okay? Designs, are you thinking like actual designs like this? I usually design up to, for the front wing, rear wing, and underfloor, I like to put one CFD period into each of them, and then design up the 5th edition of the chassis, sidepod, and suspension. I feel like that is a good middle ground in order to not be too overpowered next season due to research. But that's generally how I do it. There's no wrong or right here, really. As long as the board is happy, you don't get fired. How you design isn't actually an issue. That was so funny. Yeah, Ramsey's interview was actually amazing. Yeah, that should be fine, Anders. I wouldn't worry about that. What livery do I like the most? Honestly, I do like the new white livery for the AlphaTauri, the Racing Bulls, or the Cash App, depending on what they want to call themselves this season. I hope that one's good. Mercedes looks good as always. Again, I'm kind of just trying to stay. I'm trying to stay a little bit away from F1 content right now, or rather F1 real life content, because every time I go to the F1 Reddit or look at the cars being released, I just go and look at the calendar and just like 3 more weeks of pain before it starts again. So I'm trying to keep myself restrained, both for my own, basically for my own sake, but also that I can actually focus on getting some other stuff done while in the down season. The Ferrari one was the best, so biased. Yeah, the Alpine livery slaps. Many people feel the same way. I haven't actually seen the Alpine livery, but I know at least one person who would agree with you. Suzhou, our Australian from down under, would probably be a big fan of what you're saying right now. Yeah, I actually forgot to put on the rear wing, so we'll just do it right now. It's going to be a pretty sizable increase in performance. And honestly, the only thing we need now to start fighting for wins, actually, is just going to be to up the mentality of our boys. So, the second we get that sorted, we are going to be looking very, very good. And I also do need to save up some money to get the Sciences Race Engineer brought over. We're going to simulate the first... Never mind, we're doing the first practice. Because I'm an actual fool who clicked the wrong button now. I love getting distracted. I'm so good at it. Okay, we are gonna do this on probably the hard tire then. And honestly, I'm just gonna send both cars out. Assume they have enough fuel. There's no point in actually changing the setup right now in big ways because it's not gonna make any difference. So we're probably gonna tweak the front wing mainly. It's just one session before we go into sprint qualifying here. This is gonna be a rare case of me doing practice because I was looking at chat when I clicked the buttons on my screen.
Your tyres are cold.
I have some questions. Where the exact time for training pit crew to get more speed with a minimal mistake? So the pit crew works in the way that the pit crew training lowers mistake, and the gym training lowers speed, basically meaning that they are quicker. Well, it increases speed, meaning that they're quicker doing the pit stops. And those two are two completely different things. The main thing that you want to manage, though, is fatigue. Because if fatigue gets too high, they have a very, very high chance of forcing mistakes during the pit stops. I can take a look at it again after this race to kind of explain a little bit more detail. But generally, it's mainly just fatigue management. I hope you're not suggesting Floof is biased, because I've never seen any bias from Floof. No, Floof is the most objective person I've ever met. This is the first season, Hoggy. This is the first season. We're doing a bit of a challenge run here. Let's just speed this up, get the boys done, and send them into the pits here. Get this sorted. Who is CST? I'm pretty sure that is an affiliate.
Is the car okay?
Oh, the car is bad.
Understood.
Let's call both in there and see if we can fix that before we go into the sprint qualifying. Okay. We're not actually super far off then. We have a couple of goods. We kind of know where we need to go with the others. Let's see, I'm just gonna do this. And we'll see how this looks compared to what we're currently doing. That's fine. It's gonna take some time to get this sorted, 5 minutes, but that's fine. We are just gonna stick with the same tire, put in a little bit extra fuel. And similarly here for our boy Alonso, we'll just do a very similar thing. So this is good. We just need to go one direction or the other. Let's gamble this one. And if it's the wrong one, we can change that up again right before we go into sprint qualifying. So this works out just fine. Let's get that sorted, and we will see. Stuka? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, the seats random or something? No, we have Sainz, and Alonso in the first season. You can actually do that. Any driver that has just a single year on their contracts, you can pick up with any team. So there's no random seats, this is just practice. So that's also why Verstappen isn't taking part. It's also why we have Vesti here, Award. So because the affiliates are doing P1. Okay, time to send both of our boys out again. And see if we can get some improvement. We're probably just going to stick, no matter what we get here, we're just going to keep on running this till the end. I really should have fueled them some more. But I have to admit, it's been a while since I've streamed, so I'm actually a little bit nervous. See how this goes. What different with the lightweight versus ultra lightweight? Lightweight, they still have a little bit of weight left on the car. I think it's between 6, 7, or 8 kilos. Ultra lightweight is that they have 0 kilogram on the car. So they go basically full meta on the durability. The pit lane challenge? What is it? To make the 2024 Sauber pit stop seem reachable? Yeah, we start in the pit lane every race, Hippity. Every race, we start from the pit lane. Every sprint, every basically chance of scoring points needs to be done from the pit lane. Who did Ferrari pick up? I believe... I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Bottas. That's usually what they do. currently Hauge's running the car, so we'll figure that out in quali, I guess. Okay, satisfaction is good. We could pull them in here, because they will not have enough fuel to go to the end anyways. And maybe tweak the front wing, if we have the opportunity. Okay, so if we want to tweak this, it would take 5 minutes. We're not going to get enough data to really figure out if it's the right or the wrong choice. But I still wanna do it here. Let's just do it like that. And for Alonso, we're basically set. We're going to be getting greats in no matter what we do, so I'm actually just going to send him out as it is. And we'll allow him to just run till the end. Get a little bit of extra track acclimatization. Honestly, Science is one that needs it the most, but I think nailing his setup is going to be more important. That's the longest save game I've ever had, except simulating seasons. I think it was 7 seasons back in 22 or something like that. Because unfortunately, this game isn't really made with longevity in mind. There isn't much of a challenge once you go past a certain number of seasons, because at that point everyone is basically the same. Just gonna spit a video idea how to beat each of the games now that the series is canned. What do you mean, Hibbity? I'm not following you 100% on that one. Which team? I'm pretty sure it was the Williams save. And I'm saying 22 because 22 didn't have simulation, so everything was manual. Yeah, I understand it means the game is cancelled, but
that's the checkered flag.
How to beat each of the games, basically. I think I've already done that, Hippity. If you look through my channel, you can probably find that, but I could probably go through each game and compare, just to, you know, for fun. That's what you're thinking? But basically, I've already done a similar thing, but honestly, it could be fun to take a look at. I'm having too many Bailey suspicious coming out of the window. That sounds like a good weekend, honestly. Fun light compilation. Yeah, I still have a couple of things I want to do in this game, though. But I won't rule it out. Let's be fair. Okay, so Science is... I need to understand this. So Science had a negative mentality because he had bad affinity with his engineer, but Alonso had positive mentality because he has good affinity with his engineer, who he's currently arguing with. And at the same time, Science get a better setup, or rather confidence boost from his engineer relationship, while Alonso gets a worse one. Okay. We're starting off this game with some contradictory statements from the AI. I love that. It's this game in a nutshell. Let's see if we can actually set up a decent enough setup. So, Science is actually fairly decent. I think this one will be good, as you can see. So we'll just keep it as is. He's not 100% happy. And that is mainly because he didn't finish his setup process. So once we do the first sprint shootout, that will kind of solve itself. And we're going to do it like this. Get this one sorted like so. I'm actually making my life a little bit difficult here because I've used a little bit too much of my sliders, but that kind of looks okay. Yeah, that kind of looks okay. That should be good. Basically now, to test these setups, we just need to do one run in sprint quali. And we're going to do that. We're just going to make sure that we are at the back. So we send them both out. Like so. And for Ferrari, they actually picked up Hauge. They actually promoted Hauge. Are you joking? Okay. Ferrari playing with fire here. They didn't actually pick up Bottas. They just straight up promoted Hauge. Okay. That's going to be fun. Hey man, started watching a few weeks back. Since Apple Manager went free, I finished your Alpine speedrun. So much fun. I should do more of that. To be fair, I probably could. Maybe with a different team. Or go back to one season challenges, something like that. But yeah, it's basically something I do for every game where I kind of take the worst team or a bad team and try and get to the top quickly. Is this the first? If this is first season, how do you get so good people for a shit team? It's because, Hoggy, that both Alonso and Sainz only have a year left on their contracts, and any driver or staff member that only has 1 year left of their contracts, you can poach with impunity. They don't care how shit your team is. So basically, because they have 1 year left, if Verstappen had 1 year left on his contract, I could have picked him up. So it basically just boils down to that. Yeah, it's basically you could when 24 first came out, you could pick up anyone anytime as long as you could afford it. And well, now they just changed it to 1 year. It's a little bit lacking in some departments, that's for sure. I heard the game was buggy. They fixed most of it. They fixed most of the bugs, but a lot of the complaints have to do with depth, Sanjita. So once you understand how the game works, it becomes fairly easy, which is, of course, a little bit unfortunate for a race management game, basically, that the depth is lacking. Okay, so we got 95 on both cars. I think we're happy with that. We are going to adjust the setup, however, and mess that up, because that is how we start in the pits. We'll do it like so, and we're just going to do the same here for Sainz. We're going to mess around with that setup a little bit, probably make him sad in the process, but it needs to be done to force a pit lane start. And also here for Alonso, we are still going to be using that bad engine. It did have a crash, or rather the car had a crash early in the season. I don't actually remember if it was Alonso. I'm pretty sure it was not. Pretty sure it was Show. And basically, if I remember correctly, at Bahrain, I jinxed myself 3 times in a row, which is kind of amazing.
And here in Miami, it's time for the sprint.
He's my favorite team and driver at the moment. Last season, I was very much a Piastri fan. I'm pretty much going to be a Piastri fan this year too. But I'm looking forward to seeing who of the rookies is going to be impressive. And hopefully we are going to get an impressive rookie here. Then I can kind of fanboy for them instead. I do change a lot for the 23 season. I was really wanting to see Alonso get another win with Aston. But yeah, I don't really have a favorite driver. I just want to see good, interesting, fun racing for the most part. This season should be good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. What about team? I grew up with Ferrari as my main one, but honestly, it's been fun watching Red Bull for the last few seasons. Piastri was my #1 villain. Yeah. Currently, though, things are looking good here in the sprint. We are just chilling at the back, managing tires, and that's going to be basically what we'll be doing for a while here. Okay, I'm really curious what's going to happen here with Ferrari, because Hauger... This could be actually really bad for us, the fact that Hauger has taken over. We're also still fairly slow here, not gonna lie. Gonna deploy a little bit just to try and get us to the back so we can start making moves. Gaps are starting to form, we want to take advantage of that. Basically, when I grew up, I wasn't much of an F1 fan. It was mostly football. Oh, we have a Gasly in the way. When I grew up, I was mainly a football fan. Liverpool was the name of the game. But we still had Schumacher, toys showing up in stores, things like that. So until I really started paying attention to F1, Ferrari was just a go-to. But, oh, we have a safety car. I thought Alpine was the only crash. But we have Hamilton, we have Stroll, we actually have cars pitting.
Okay, recharge on.
Okay. So Gasly somehow willed this into existence. I think we stay out.
Got a yellow flag.
I think we stay out here, honestly. That's a bit of a shame. Not pit. What's my favorite track? Probably Sandvoort, to be fair. It's one of the fun ones to drive. Belgium is also amazing. But yeah, Sandvoort usually gives some pretty interesting racing. You're saying to pit here, but honestly, I don't think it's going to be much of a difference for us. If we pit, let's see, if we do pit, let's say that we go to a soft tire. It is going to survive till the end, yes. But is it going to be worth being at the back of the grid on a fresh soft tire versus being at the front of the grid, maybe being able to take advantage of the DRS from the other cars on a medium that we have taken care of? I think the player is just playing the medium. For some reason, the AI is stupid fast for pitting in sprints. They usually are, but we're gonna gamble here. Also, it's gonna give us an extra set of tires for the race itself. So it's not that big of a gamble. We can also see the top 6 there hasn't pit. That's probably because they already passed the pit lane. But even so, I want to take advantage of this and try and get some points with Alonso and Sainz here due to the rest of the field pitting. And honestly, if the others pit here too, we can probably take advantage of that to really get ourselves into a good position to score points. Russell has gone to mediums, Hulkenberg going to mediums. There are some soft runners here. But seeing them destroy another set of mediums is actually going to be huge for the Saturday race. So I'll take that. Let's see if Norris, Tsunoda, and the rest are also going to be pitting, or if they're staying out. Penalty for Stroll, shocker. They are actually pitting, so we might get a little bit further up the road. It's a gamble, for sure. But I think it's a gamble that will pay off. We'll have fuel, we'll have decent enough tires, we can push on restart. We should be able to hold our position at least a little bit. Have I ever seen Yes Minister, or the sequel Yes Prime Minister? No, I have not. Apparently they also managed to pit before we caught up. That's a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, I think we just gamble. Let's be honest, if we pit, and we are basically need to overtake 10 cars in 10 laps, that's going to be rough around here. Even if we do go, say, full attack on the tires, it's not going to be a good time. So I think we gamble this. The soft runners are probably still going to be destroying their tires a little bit quicker than they'd like. But I still think we have a good opportunity here. Yeah. Particularly in this game, the safety cars do seem to be longer than they need to be. Like, I think we had a 4 lap safety car here, so I guess it is realistic from one perspective, but it kind of is problematic from another. Now, we're just going to be pushing fuel here until we get to the line, and the reason for that is very simple. If I do put on deploy here, they like to just absolutely drain the battery, but then they realize they can't overtake, they back off, and you just lose a lot of battery for nothing. We'll play it safe. Isn't 4 laps the minimum requirement for safety cars? Yeah, it probably is, to be fair. Is it, though? I think the minimum requirement is just until... I don't know, actually, if they have a minimum requirement, but it could just be me being a little bit salty here. I thought a little bit too hard at 2, and now we got dropped on the restart. Which is fine. We'll be able to get back in this. Tsunoda's getting dropped. Fresh softs there. They've already used 10%, so over the course of these next 10 laps, they're really going to be destroying them. I don't think we have too much to worry about. The main thing we need to do is just clear Tsunoda and try and catch up to Perez and Piastri. DRS should be coming on this next lap. I'm gonna have to Google that later, Jasper, by the way. I don't know if the 4 laps for safety car is the minimum requirement, but it wouldn't surprise me. Just realized that I forgot recording. Put on the recording so I can edit this later on. An actual video for those who do not follow the streams. Remember, we are quick in corners, we're slow on straights, so that is just how this paint is going to be. We'll be catching him in this section and then losing him on the straight. Straight did not get DRS, but looks like it did. Yep. We're still holding on to our position, so it's honestly not all bad. Again, we can go full attack towards the end here, so I think we'll be getting time back when we do that. Russell does get the overtake done. But he's already kind of caught up to where we are in terms of tires. It's not bad. I think we might get a couple of points there. It's not going to be anything amazing. But 1 or 2 points would be good enough for me, I think. Do I think Newey, I don't know why I called him Newell. Do I think Newey will make a rocket ship for Aston in his first season there? Probably not in the first season, with the gardening leave and all. But I'm looking forward to seeing what he makes for next season. Honestly, I think it would be nice to do a 1-season challenge with the preset scenarios. Honestly, that could be interesting for a creative team. The preset scenarios to a 1-season challenge. That's actually a decent idea. That's actually a really interesting idea. Yeah, we are getting to a point right now where we can start considering just going full attack. And if you are curious how I calculate when to go full attack, it's just basically this. The gap here is similar to, you know, it's a gap between this and this. It's bigger than this. You're generally going to be fine. Here we're going to have to calculate in a safety car. But we should be fine now going full attack till the end. We might be looking at 28, 29%, like slightly below. But at this point, you can just flip on the full attack. We can start trying to chase down the cars ahead. In this case, just Russell. I think that's going to be worth it. We also have Hauge behind us, hounding us, so don't want to cause any problems with that if we can avoid it. And we also just have our boys here, DRS training off each other, which is going to help with chasing down Russell. 3 laps to go here. I think we can get Russell, but probably not going to get Tsunoda. So the game here is going to be to get both cars ahead as we get a red flag.
The 7th corner.
Albono, what are you doing?
Within a split second, the impact's made, and that won't do the car any good at all.
Okay, this save is actually insane in terms of both safety cars and red flags. I think we get 1 racing lap here, if I'm not mistaken. 18 out of 19, yeah, so we get 1 racing lap. We're going to use a soft tire because, honestly, we kind of have to. No way around it. Which rookie am I most hyped about for this season? Honestly, it has to be Antonelli, hasn't it? Let's be honest.
Now the sprint can restart.
He's supposed to be a new Verstappen, so he's got pressure. We'll have to see if we can live up to it, but honestly, with the amount of rookies, it's going to be interesting no matter how we look at things. Okay. Final lap. I think we'll watch it from whoever's ahead. Cam here. And then we'll get into it. Surprised Alpine hasn't double DNF'd yet. Well, don't jinx it. The second Flus shows up, that's going to happen. Oh, good start there from Sainz. Good start from Sainz. Oh, Russell, Piastri, Norris, what are you doing? What are you doing, you fools of a took? Alonso gets overtaken by Hulkenberg, but I think he was getting it back. I need Alonso to get Russell here. Russell's on very 1 medium tires. He should be very slow.
Doing a mega job out there. Rishi Tsunoda in front.
2 laps to go.
2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. 2 laps to
Come on. I just need you to full send it like this is an F1 lobby. F1 online lobby, let's go. Oh, you see? It looks like he was planning to send it down the inside. How's Alonso doing? Still just biding his time. It's fine, Alonso. Just give it everything you have. The powertrain will survive this one lap. Oh, are we gonna get Russell? We need to get Russell. Okay, so a couple of points there in the sprint. Nothing amazing, but honestly, it's kind of what we expected. Norris just loses one position, and we weren't able to catch Piastri, so Alcon needs a little bit more work. Why for Man 25 cancelled? It hasn't been officially cancelled yet, but honestly, we don't know. They haven't actually said anything yet. But it's basically just due to poor sales, if it is. And honestly, it's kind of deserved. 22 was released in a pretty bad state. 24 was also released in a pretty bad state. Every game has kind of been released in a bad state, and that definitely has not helped. So, yeah, that's unfortunate. I think you've had more safety cars and red flags so far than most people get in a whole season. Yeah, it's kind of insane, honestly. Nero, do I know if the research boost in the database editor increases current expertise? I don't have stat boost on, but I've been killed in development despite starting with most percent on base car. I haven't actually been able to test research much yet, Justin, but the research should boost next year's car, so that sounds very, very weird. If you go to my Discord, you can upload your save there in like save your seat type place, and I'll take a look at it. But yeah, I haven't had time yet to sit down and focus on the research. I focused on the development during the year. Every like percentage stat boost seems to be very, very strong in the editor. But I think Pocher deserves seat IRL. Honestly, I believe every like rookie that has proven themselves do deserve at least 1 year in F1 to see if they can, you know, hack it. But there's just so many. The seat selection is just so limited. I'd love to see him in a seat. I don't think he's going to get one. And that's just the unfortunate reality of F1. So many people who deserve a seat who just isn't getting one. Now we're gonna just sit in the pits here because we're starting from pits anyways. No need to waste a tire. He just used to set more than Bortoletto. That's probably true, but the thing is, F1 seats aren't only about skill. Let's face it. If F1 seats were purely about skill, there's would be a lot more seats available. It's also about money, and I can guarantee you that Bortoletto is bringing a lot more sponsorship money than Pocher will. It's just the name of the game. You need the correct nationality as well as the correct amount of skill, and that's just the nature of a business. If you were able to bring in, let's face it, if you were able to bring in $1 billion worth of sponsor money for any team in F1, they would give you a seat. Because $1 billion is a lot of money, and they would happily put you in a seat for that amount. To be fair though, if you suck too much, I'm pretty sure the FIA would just go, no, you're actually too bad. We will disallow this. Mazepin, yeah. But you get the idea. It's not pure skill. It should be pure skill. But finances play a big part of it, and that's just the name of the game. Okay. So, see Verstappen here, Perez, Red Bull, lock them out front. That's not good for us. Stroll has his penalty. We're going to have to deal with Ocon immediately. I'm not a fan of that. Ocon is generally just annoying to get past in this game. I don't know a different way to explain it. It just feels annoying to get by. And honestly, that's probably very realistic. Not gonna lie. Ocon looks better in a Haas than Alpine. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how he's gonna do. this year. Yeah, I think we do light soft to start off with, and with things that have been going this safe, I can kind of guarantee that we are getting a safety car. But this seems like a decent enough strategy. Can we make anything better? This is 12 seconds quicker. This one is basically very similar, but we do soft stints instead of the 2 mediums. Can we make this work? Is it going to be quicker? Not really. It's still going to be faster. You're going to have... Yeah, this is definitely going to be faster. Question here is... I really should have saved an extra set of hard, because I'm tempted to see how a strategy that completely excludes the softs around it would do. I think that could be an interesting thing to just take a look at. And honestly, based on these numbers, it'd be quick. Yeah, it's actually quicker than this one. That's really interesting. Generally, hard degradation isn't as high as expected. This could work out really, really good. How are we looking in terms of starts? We have 2 mediums. We have 1 hard. I think we try this. We are starting from the pits anyways. So just being able to full send that hard immediately is not a terrible idea. I think this might be what we do. Hello, Tekka, how you doing? I'm doing good. Unless it's very annoying to overtake. Yeah, that's why I pick him up, so I don't have to deal with that problem. Anders. Having a seat in Ferrari will be incredible, yeah. When Hamilton retires, I think Ferrari should give Behrman the seat, depending on how well he does at Haas. That's probably why he is there, to be, you know, judged very, very harshly on whether he is given that Ferrari seat or not. With this being the final year before the huge changes, how much closer I think it will be from first loss in qualifying? Honestly, I don't know, Cavalier. We already seen Aston fight for podiums one season and then just go into irrelevance the next. So depends on what people have been doing over the winter. If they've gotten upgrades instead of downgrades, that sort of thing. So it's gonna depend heavily on that. What do I find the easiest to overtake? I don't know, honestly. I haven't actually considered that angle. My main concern is just who is annoying to overtake, not who is easy to overtake, because that isn't really something you concern yourself with. Easiest to overtake. Probably one of the rookies, to be fair. Good morning, Zach. How you doing? I'm doing good. Finally getting back with a little bit of streaming, and I am really enjoying it. Basically, what we do now is just fix the problems that we, you know, caused during the sprint. Changing everything back to where it was. And we are going to try a no soft strat here. This is something that you rarely see with me because a light soft is just so powerful. This time we're just going to completely remove the soft from the equation and see how things go. Doesn't Science have shit smoothness in the game? It's pretty bad, but it's better than Bottas, and his other pace stats are also better, so it's a tiny upgrade, but one that will probably help us down the road here towards the end of the season. I'm glad to hear that, Zach. I forgot to underfuel.
Final checks have been...
That's a little bit unfortunate.
Here we go with the Miami Grand Prix.
I need to just slow down and get back in the groove and not stress with getting races done. Apparently we've underfueled a tiny bit. Enough that I think we just run balanced.
In general, if you can introduce some lift off.
Okay, so Verstappen Perez has a decent enough start. Okay, never mind, we're no longer underfueled. It was a bug from... I guess it's a bug from starting in the pit lane. That makes more sense then, honestly. Whenever I had Sainz in my saves, his smoothness is so bad. Like Williams, him versus Sainz, Albon wins. Yeah, that's kind of why smoothness is very important in this game. It just matters so much for your tires. I don't want you boys to run side by side at the start here. That's actually kind of insane. Okay. Just go, Sainz. Just go. You've already caught up to the back of the order here. But with the amount of safety cars and red flags, I'm just imagining you guys crashing immediately. That would make me very, very sad because we, again, only have a level 1 factory, so we can only make 2 components at once. That would not be a good time. At a sporting change before Silverstone last night, in my save it will show less engine parts, and 6 of the 11 teams somebody voted for it, 5 of us did not. Yeah, the AI is basically just random voting for those regulation changes, Zach, so it's very, very painful. They don't do what is in their best interest, which is very unfortunate. That's literally the best way I can put it. Yeah, good start here. We already cleared Sergeant, who is, you know, crash prone. We got past one of the threats. Next up is Ocon. And we're going to go neutral here on the engines. So only Paris and Sonoda have done something similar to us. The rest are on soft tires, but you can see that they're not going to be super quick on them. They're just going to destroy them really, really quickly here. Gearboxes go from 5 to 4, ERS from 3 to 2, engines from 4 to 3. Yeah, it's a pretty bad one, but it sounds like you already had the regulation change that gave you more of them, and then they just decided that no, we don't want that. But considering how bad the AI is at managing components, I'd say they should every time just go for more, because that regulation change helps the AI more than it helps the player. My brother challenged me to make Hasgood, and I avoid doing it for ages because they always crash, but I made Behrman champion in 2026. That's pretty good, Hoggy. That is well done. Okay, we are going to do a little bit of harvesting here. We're just going to try and manage and get ourselves up the order. Science here, I'm going to deploy, see if we can pull a little bit of an overtake on Ocon. Just not enough. We just don't have enough straight line speed yet, even with that new rear wing. Gonna turn both cars down to aggressive here, and we're just gonna harvest a little bit because kind of need to. Don't know what happened to Alonso. Is it just a harvest thing? That cost him a lot of time. I didn't expect him to fall out of DRS that easily. Oh yeah, it's definitely the harvest thing. The other teams are still pushing. That makes sense. Now that I think about it. Yeah, that's, again, it's just a pain sack of random AI voting. They don't do what's in their best interest. Now he owes me 5 Macca's runs. That honestly sounds like a good deal. Just powering through, making Haas and Behrman champion, and then you get 5 times Macca's. I would take that deal. Oh, damn, it looks like I was about to destroy Magnussen there. Apparently we aren't actually that quick on these hards, and that's honestly as expected. So gonna harvest a little bit here with signs. You can already see 55% there on Magnussen, 60% on the rest. It won't be long until they just get on the out of the way voluntarily even. Yeah, I think it's about time that we start being a little bit more aggressive, try and move forwards a little bit. There we go, one Haas out of the way. We are gonna deploy here with Alonso too, try and move him forward as well. We need to get both the Alpines here and then Albon, and then we'll have some free air to play around with. As long as Ocon didn't get the RS in out to Albon, we should be able to clear him as well. And unfortunately we could not. Just a little bit too annoying. Gasly did lose the RS to Sainz, however. That should make it easy for Alonso. Basically now, once it starts opening up some gaps, it's going to be a lot easier to just make our way past. Just like that, both of our boys get moves done. Just one ahead of the DRS train for Sainz, so we'll just turn him down to neutral. And I have to anyway, it's just 9% left. Finally, we now have some free air to start chasing the cars ahead. We are also running these engines very, very hard, which is, again, not a good thing. It increases the chance that we're going to have problems. So we'll have to deal with that at one point. This is the second reason why underfueling is so strong. It's generally the quickest strategy out there. But it also just saves your engines, and you have so many less issues with your powertrain that just from that, it's worth running underfueled. This was just me being very silly and completely forgetting to do so. RB's 2025 livery is absolute mint, except I hate it for the fact it looks like the 2021 one-off. Yeah. To be fair, the Rebel one-off looked better, if you ask me, because of the rear wing. When I saved and I got off, I was like 47 minutes left the cost cap into Belgium. I should still be okay, I would say. Shouldn't really struggle with that amount of money left. Okay. Let's focus a little bit on the race here. Alonso and Sainz are both kind of breaking free. Once Sainz catches up to DRS train in front, we are going to do a little bit of recharge. Maybe we will not, because Hulkenberg got out of the way, also had a bit of a problem. This is when we'll start doing a little bit of cutting through the field, because there are gaps forming between each of the cars here. That is going to make our life a lot easier. Try to understand the voting system, but it is completely senseless. Made seems to how many engines they currently have. No go. No, honest, Rents, the regulation system, or rather these, yeah, the, what's it called? Not the sporting change, the, one of the changes they can change engines, points, and that sort of thing. It's not, there's no logic to it. It's basically just a roll of the dice. Either the AI says yes or they say no. They don't take any consideration of their current situation into account. The car shapes? Is that what the arrow sticking is? Yeah. Are there any mods I recommend for this game? Honestly, this game can be played without mods perfectly fine. If you find the difficulty lacking, I find the editor to be a good addition. You can get the mod that shows you, that increases the information on this page right here, called Extended UI. But apart from that, there aren't any, like, critical mods that change game functionality. Most of them are just visual. Like, I have a mod right now that makes the game look slightly better in exchange for using more performance. But generally, mods are going to be like that. It's either going to be livery mods that change how the different teams' cars look. It's going to be, you know, basically visual for the most part. The only thing that really changes game functionality in a big way is going to be the save editor. So there's no mods you really need. But I would recommend for a new player Extended UI, because it just tells you so much more information. You don't have to really, you know, go through this to figure out the information that you want to know. So it just makes the game a little bit easier to understand. Yeah, Extended UI is a good one. Database editor is another good one to make the game, you know, each season as interesting as you want. Kind of tailor them to your tastes, which is also important. But apart from that, you should be good, honestly. The rest is going to be visual. Okay. We are moving forwards and into the points. Danny Rick has completely destroyed his offset, but he's keeping up with us. We could actually do the funniest thing here now with Verstappen. We could just sit here and be in the way. If we have Show acting as a defense against the dark arts here on Verstappen, that would actually be kind of amazing. But yeah, I would love for Show to be able to stay with us. Although, is it getting DRS here? Doesn't look like it. Well, he was, clearly, because he caught up to us. Yeah, I would have loved to just destroy Verstappen's tires a little bit here. Even though we're pushing, he's going to be quicker. He's in a Red Bull, he's in fresh tires. Even if he's running light here, he's going to be quicker than us at this stage. But I still find this situation interesting. Also, we could get really lucky with safety car. But for now, we're just going to manage. We have kind of left Show behind. Show doing a great job at keeping Verstappen occupied. Maybe we should give him a showing here as it gets past. Just look at the speed difference here between Show and Verstappen. It's actually kind of insane. Joe peels off into the pits. Alonso should still have DRS. But even that isn't actually closing the gap to Verstappen at all. We have our work cut out for us here with the Red Bulls. The 2025 conversion update mod should also come out in the next few days. Yeah, I talked with the guys, well, one of the people that are making it, and the goal is to try and get it out before the season starts. I could see it coming out relatively soon. And I'm probably going to be testing it out once it does get released CMC. The mentality system is key. Nothing else needed once you have drivers in the midfield with 86, 88 overall. Yeah. I made that... one of my early critiques of this game was that the mentality system just invalidates drivers. There's no point in having any driver above 90. And that has to do with... when the mentality system released for this game, it was a plus 10 overall boost. So any driver above 90 overall rating was worthless because you just get enthusiastic mentality and you'd be there anyways. And I argue it's still kind of worthless because let's take a look at Sainz here and talk about why you don't need super good drivers anymore. Sainz does not have enthusiastic mentality yet. He's still neutral. Remember that. And as you can see, he's already 100 defending, 97 overtaking, 98, 99, 93. And once he gets to enthusiastic, he's going to get a +8 on top of this. Sainz is already going to be a 100 overall rated driver in terms of his race stats the second we get him to enthusiastic. And the same goes for Alonso. So the mentality system in the game, combined with the confidence system, just completely invalidates drivers. There's no need to have Verstappen. He's literally just a money drain. Alonso and Sainz, you can kind of argue that they too are kind of money drains in this scenario. Remember, Alonso still has probably a +3, +4 that he can get from mentality. He isn't maxed out there either. So as you can imagine, once we get mentality maxed out for both Alonso and Sainz, they're going to be 100 overall drivers in every race that they drive, giving us an amazing boost. And it's just going to get a little bit insane. My main critique of the mentality system when it came out was just that there's no individuality, which was promised. And genuinely, it's just a checklist that you fill out that give the player a huge advantage over the AI. It's another hand-holding system that was never fleshed out, added, given depth, and actually made into what was promised before the game released. And I'm still a little bit upset about that. But yeah, combine mentality with confidence, and any driver over 85 is going to be a world star. They are going to be capable of winning the championship purely because it's the player that is controlling them. So yeah, it's a little bit, annoying, but I'm probably being a little bit saltier than I should be regarding that. Kind of wish you could see what push level the AI are on. Unfortunately, there's nothing for that. You can kind of see that, Zach. It's just going to be painful to figure out. So if you go into lap history here, take a look at car condition, you can see temperatures. And this is generally how you're going to be judging what the AI is doing. So if I take a look at Verstappen, we can see that he is running very close to us in terms of tire temps right now. So he's definitely running aggressive, if not full-on attack. And again, it's kind of hard to judge, but it's generally how you're going to have to do it. Of course, each tire has a different level of temperature. But looking at the mediums here, he has been running pretty much aggressive attack from the start till he pitted. And again, you basically just judge this looking at the tire temp. So yeah, Perez is doing the exact same thing as us. He's just going full attack till he pits. But it's going to be a little bit harder to judge. You need to get a little bit more comfortable with the tire temps before you can kind of figure that out. What was my favorite era of domination? Probably... Honestly, domination eras are generally pretty boring. It's the switchovers that are more fun. So I don't think I have a favorite era domination, but I do have... Like when the next team comes and starts being uppity, giving them challenge, that's fun to watch. So I probably enjoy that more than any one team dominating. Racing mentality and editor makes the game a lot more enjoyable. Yeah, that's actually a huge shout out. It's amazing. Hello Rico, sorry for taking so long to get down to you. There was a lot of comments ahead of you. Nice to see you, how you doing? My idea was the peak confidence should be their actual stats, basically have a debuff when it's not peak. Honestly, I would just like to see mentality and confidence. Let me just go on a little bit of a tangent here. I don't agree with confidence and mentality buffing every stat. If you have a positive mentality, your drivers should be far less likely to get, into incidents. They should be far more consistent. They should be a little bit better in terms of their race pace, but they should not go from being, midfield driver to world champion just because they're enthusiastic with high confidence. It's way too strong in its current form, and it was way too strong when it came out. And again, they just nerfed it from +10 to +8, but they didn't even really have a huge effect. So I think it's just overblown what it does. It should basically, again, shouldn't be a huge boost. It should make your drivers have an edge if they're over similar rated drivers. It should not turn, show into Verstappen, basically. A real simple way would be go over 100. I think the game kind of starts breaking when you go over 100 runs. Is the problem? Hi Nero, I'm new playing F1 Manager. Could I ask you some questions? Feel free to ask as much as you want, Draft Priest, and I'll try and help. Hello David, I'm sorry I forgot. You have so many different accounts, and I'm kind of struggling to keep up with all of them. Apologies there. Hello Walls, how you doing? I heard you got the flu. I hope you're alive. How are you feeling today? Is it crazy? I've heard people say they miss Mercedes domination. To be fair, I think that's mainly a sentiment that comes from Mercedes fans. So, it's not crazy. I think it's pretty common, honestly. My name is David. My dad changed my account name. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, David. I'll do my best to remember that you are David. Apologies. Verstappen and Pastor might say have near max out stats to begin with. And when they race their max stats, yeah. That's kind of the problem with the confidence and the mentality system just stacked on top of each other. You get insane drivers. And it is a little bit problematic. We are going to get started pitting now, and we'll see where we end up here. Hopefully, not too far down the order. Do I need to wait after the regulation change 26 to be competitive if I start with worst car possible as created team? Not really. It depends on how much you're willing to meta it, Matheos. You can still get wins in 25, 24 if you're lucky. It's, again, just going to be dependent on how hard you want to meta the game. Blue is no joke. I can imagine. Hopefully you will come back stronger, Wolves. I'm a Mercedes fan, I don't miss it. I could guess I'd argue with your Mercedes picture. Alpine this year will use 2024 cars. Will they? Oh, rough time to be a Flu fan. Yeah, I would just love the mentality to affect consistency mainly. Consistency, chance of getting, into incidents, and just giving them a slight boost in their race stats instead of just being an overall +8. F1 Manager for good reason. I think, honestly, it's just a bit of a shame that they... Let's be honest, F1 Manager 22 needed another half year in the oven minimum. They should just release that at the start of the 23 season. Gotten that extra hype from releasing the game at the start of the season instead of in the middle. Iron out a lot of their issues. And if they have done that, I think they would be in a lot better place. Because... Oh, Alonso... Well, it is to be expected. We are kind of destroying his everything here. Acceleration temporary. That's gonna suck. But yeah, in terms of F1 Manager's biggest mistake, it was when they released 22 in that half-finished state in the middle of the season. Instead of just waiting until the 23 season started and, ironing out the issues. You would have had so much hype if you released an F1 Manager game a week, 2 weeks before season start, and just said that we have balanced cars and drivers based on their 22 performance, and we'll be taking that account 2, 3, 4 weeks, a month into the 23 season, we'll be doing a rebalance, and then you can pick either if you want to play with 22 stats or with 23 stats. Boom, you now suddenly have 2 seasons worth of stats for the first game. People can choose where they want to start. It's just such a baffling decision. I understand there is contracts in this, but F1, I think, would understand it if Frontier went to them and just told them that the game isn't done. This is going to be a absolute failure that might have an effect on, you know, F1's reputation. It's not going to sell as much as both of us want. Give it another half a year. We'll market it at the start of the season, and both of us will kind of profit of it. It's kind of a weird one currently at Frontier. The company has been... The thing is, Frontier hasn't actually just been delving into like racing sims like F1 Manager. They also did Warhammer stuff. They just diversified a little bit too much from the park sims that they usually make, from Elite Dangerous, and that bit them in the arse. Neither of their other genres have been doing really, really well, which is unfortunate. How to manage when 2 of your cars start overtaking each other repeatedly and slows down? Honestly, you either need to slow one of them down manually by, say, have one run light while the other runs aggressive, or have one recharge while the other sits behind. Or, you know, just don't find teammates for the car behind. That's mainly how you would have to do it. MBS suggested considering bringing back the V10. I think that's the only good opinion he's had in like a year. How to maintain engine ERS until the end of the season. Still confused how to manage it when going aggressive and low use. The main thing that's going to have an effect on your engine, ERS and gearbox, is engine cooling, roughly. So you want that to be as high as possible. Like, right now I'm running the engine too hot. And if we take a look at it here, the powertrain temperature is overheating. And as a result of that, the wear goes up. Basically, the durability goes down a lot quicker than if we were running cooler. Underfueling is a way to kind of combat this, and generally I would really recommend underfueling. In this case, I forgot. So that's why we didn't underfuel this race. Using old engine parts in practice is also a good idea. Anything below 40% practice, and then before you head into quali, you switch back to the proper ones. It's going to have a little bit of an effect on fatigue, but it's generally going to be worth it. Why does Mercedes racers this year look like piano keys? They really want to play the game. They're sponsored by EA. Honestly, if they were sponsored by EA and had piano keys, that would be hilarious. I forgot F1's biggest feature, the media. I guess it worked out with the metallic system. I think, again, a lot of the features in this game had huge, like, bigger ambitions for what they were supposed to be, and they just weren't able to realize it. And that's why we got the metallic system that we got. I never underfuel unless it's wet. Underfueling is actually incredibly strong in this game, Zach. It's generally going to be quicker than running regular fuel or overfueling. And you're also going to be able to save your components while doing so. So it's actually incredibly strong. Let's see if we can get Alonso past these two jokers ahead here. We are struggling with acceleration, which is why overtaking is going to be an absolute pain. But with a little bit of extra energy, putting a pressure on Hulkenberg here, he's probably going to fall out of the RS, and he did immediately. So we'll tune that back down. And with the RS now, we should be seeing an overtake happening. And I'm going to keep on deploying a little bit here to catch up to Danny Rick. Because, well, I'd like to do so. As the tires here, we're still looking good. We are going to have a tire advantage towards the end of this race. And with basically 10 seconds between Stroll and Sainz, we could potentially snatch up a 6th place here, I think. Alonso is going to have a bit of a harder time because, well, we have that issue that has still yet to be resolved, causing him some problems. Problem with these wide race studios that make a lot of game genres, the works aren't really that passionate about the sport and F1 specifically. Yeah, that's also kind of the problem here, Nicholas, too. Frontier just decided to go a little bit too wide, a little bit too quick, I think. And that has backfired horrendously. They've had to do layoffs and stuff because games haven't sold as well as they hoped. So they've put themselves in a tough spot, and there's not really much they can do about it at this stage. Assassin's Races this year looks good, I agree. It's gonna go from dry to wet, that's when I underfuel my cars. Honestly, just play the game you find it to be fun, Zach. That's literally the best advice I can give for these. Play the games in a way where you have fun. Hey Nero, great content. How can you fix acceleration issues? Acceleration is mainly based on your engine of choice, so if you want good acceleration, choose Red Bull. Second best acceleration, choose Ferrari. Third best, Mercedes. You get the idea. Basically, the engine power is the main factor deciding the acceleration of your car, so it's not something you can really fix. In this case, however, if you're referring to the gearbox fault, it's basically just the fact that the gearbox have fallen very low in condition, and I can't do anything to fix this. It's basically the pit crew that has to do that, so I have no power to fix that any quicker than I can at this stage, honestly. Shame, because I like the idea of Paris being top midfield driver, having a purple patch to challenge Max. Yeah, it's unfortunate, really. Ooh, that's a nice overtake. Can we get Hauger too here? Double overtake through the middle for science, beautiful. We get up into 6th here before we do final pit stop. That kind of gives you an idea where we're going to finish. Piastri is also yet to pit, but let's face it, he's the pit stop ahead of us, so we're not going to be fighting him this race, we're just going to be fighting for 6th. For Alonso here, I think we're going to try and do a little bit of harvesting while we're behind show. And if we can't get the overtake done on this straight, we're going to go back to neutral. Actually, maybe do a little bit of harvesting here. Like so. Isn't it better to fuel all the way or underfuel by a little bit narrow? Overfueling generally seems to be a pretty bad idea from when I've tried it. I might have just done it on the wrong track. Underfueling has generally been extremely powerful whenever I've been messing around with it. So I would say underfuel all the way and run conserve for the entire race seems to be the strongest strategy, David. What are the odds of Bottas or Perez getting a seat in the future? I think Bottas has better chances than Perez of getting a seat. I have to be honest. Unless the Mexican sponsors chucks a lot of money at him. Okay, so the fault has become permanent. For Alonso, survival is now going to be key. We might need to turn this down to conserve in order to not have the gearbox explode. We are going to try and get 1 point with Alonso, but with the gearbox being absolutely destroyed, that's not going to be very likely. Gasly did now pit, and he is going to come out ahead of us, I think. You see Sainz said just barely in the end. And this actually might work out to our advantage, because Gasly just came out on fresh mediums. If Sainz can keep up with him, that could be some free DRS training for us. I'm going to go ahead and deploy a little bit because I want to stay with Piastri if I can. Any extra time gain on these really, really old mediums over the cars behind us is going to be huge. So we're going to take advantage of that. Alonso is not going to have a good time here, I'm not going to lie. He is probably done for this race. Okay, let's see now if Sainz can actually keep up over the course of this race now. No, Williams, you fool of a took. Was that Albon? No. Yeah, I think that cost us, unfortunately. Ocon with mechanical fault now too. Yeah, I think now we just need to manage again. Probably start going full attack maybe after this lap. And we'll probably start going very much full attack on Alonso as well. Kind of tempted to have him just stay out and be a bit of a blocker for Stroll. But it's going to be rough no matter what we do here. Turn the signs up for the last few laps here on this medium set. And let us see what we can do. Because as I mentioned here, everyone else is going to have to pit at one point. Do you think it's best to save tires for the tire advantage towards the end of the race, or try to be quick as possible in the race? I think the way to be quick as possible in the race is to save tires at the start of the Nicos and go full attack towards the end of the stints. Sid Meier's F1, that'd be something. Honestly, I don't know if that would actually be good. It sounds interesting, but that would be weird. Overfueling was around 30 seconds slower than underfueling when I tested in Barcelona. Yeah, that's kind of similar to what I got when I was testing the same thing as Susao, so it's problematic. There's an achievement in this game if you finish the race with mechanical failure. I would assume that means one car retired from the race. I don't actually know. I've done all the achievements, so I actually don't know exactly which one that is. Who more team moves, Rick or Alonso? I honestly don't know. Just have to have the mechanical failure while crossing the line. That's kind of what I expected. Okay, Alonso, time to start pushing. And if your gearbox explodes, I will forgive you. We'll do one more lap here for Sainz, I think, before we pit him. Probably speed things up a little bit. Alonso been overtaken by Hauger. Probably Tsunoda as well. Hamilton does pit now. He is trying for the undercut. But yeah, we're just going to come in. And with 18 seconds to Stroll, and with the expectations around here being 21-second pit stops, we are going to come out probably somewhere between Stroll and Hauger, or with a slow one between Hauger and Tsunoda. And that is honestly a good place for Sainz to be. We can kind of slow down, manage the tires a little bit, and yeah, build an advantage towards the end of the race. Paris is now pitting. That seemed to be a slow one. But it's not really going to matter for our race, so 3.1 seconds, that is horrible. But yeah, we came out next to Hauger, which honestly is fine. We can just overtake him and then take it from there. If we get to the back of Stroll, we are just going to go ahead and recharge here and kind of play it safe. So I think we're going to allow him to run aggressive, recharge tires with DRS, then we'll go a little bit more aggressive and start chasing down Stroll. Stroll and Hauger are both on older hards, so they'll be a bit slow towards the end here. I've never had a terminal mechanical failure because I'm good at matching parts. That's great, honestly. But yeah, I think we're going to catch Stroll here just doing nothing, so we'll just allow Sainz to mess around. And for Alonso, we'll be pitting him here on this following lap. He's not had a good race weekend, and hopefully it doesn't affect his mentality too much. I forgot to change out parts because I sent parts quality and it was Monaco. Ah, that is painful. Piskson? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Apologies. Oh. What have you done, Alonso? Hey, Russell's already parked his car in a safe location. You gotta be joking me. How much damage have you picked up? Oh. Just the entire car. I would assume Alonso is guilty because Alonso was behind. But yeah, we have another vehicle that's hit the tower. This is not going to be good for the finances. The underfloor is perfectly fine though. Silver lining. But yeah, that's an interesting one. We now have a safety car. We have sabotaged ourselves a little bit. If this has happened 2 laps earlier, I might have been happy. No one is going to really pit, though, let's be honest. No one is pitting here, except for maybe Norris. I can see Norris, and I can see Stroll pitting, Piastri maybe, but it doesn't really make sense for most here to pit. Okay, let's see. We don't have another medium, so if we do pit, it's not really going to change much. We're still going to have as much tire left by the end. And we'll have a little bit more on the softs if we run standard. But I don't think that's going to help. I do have a used medium that I could go to. I think staying out here is just going to be the best thing. We have 94% left on these tires. It's basically 2 laps under safety car. It's not going to change anything. Yeah, Fernando might not finish, you think? Just entire car, except for that underfloor. With Stefan, I would go softs. I think we're staying out. I'm going to be honest here. I think we're staying out because even if we go softs, it's not going to be a huge advantage. Compound performance, it's about 3.5 tenths, almost 4 tenths between the soft and medium. It's just a 10-lap advantage. It's going to get really bad towards the end. Those marshals earning their paycheck, yeah. I think we are just going to have to stay out here, and we'll just manage these mediums as much as we can. I think. I do want to take a look, though, at Russell again, because I've never seen a car look this perfectly, like, just parked by the marshal post. I need to print screen this for posterity. Like, he has to have gone through the wall. That's the only thing that makes sense. If the ERS isn't destroyed, he can do it. I think this is going to be the main problem, though. And the fact that, you know, I think he punctured every single tire. No, he punctured both his rears. He must have hit... honestly, we haven't actually seen the replay yet. I think we've decided what to do, so let's take a look at what actually happened here.
Safety car.
Okay.
Now this, I think, was at turn 13.
Did Russell crash first, and then Alonso crash into Russell?
An impact between them. The teams will no doubt be very
Oh, it's a wiggle crash. He actually snuck in perfectly. It didn't even go through the wall. Those marshals are toast.
That really must have been a hard one to take.
I've had a similar crash to that too. That's the worst part. We had one of those in 23 on at Monza, turn 1, where someone ran wide and they wiggled their way back onto track and created an explosion. I need to just note down how long into the recording this is, because I need to make that a clip. That's actually kind of insane. I hope we get another replay. Russell retired. I think we just get to see it. Oh, we didn't actually get a replay. I was curious if we got to see it from Alonso's wing angle. But yeah. Hauge pits, Sargent pits. I don't think there's going to be a lot of cars that pit here, you see, so we're just going to try and play it a little bit safe. That was kind of wild, though, I'm going to have to say. What is happening? What have I done with the save file? I've actually done nothing. And the best part is, I can prove it, because if we try and load this save file, you'll see that nothing has been done to it, which is the scare part is. The scariest part about this. Russell got a 5-second penalty for his wiggling.
Oh, no.
Okay, I can't be upset at Alonso either, because that was actually 100% on Russell. Like the wiggle. Okay, so Norris and Piastri does pit. Soft tires, I think, for both of them. Is that hard tires for Piastri? Oh no, my sweet summer child. Look how they massacred my boy. They put him on hard tires with 15 laps to go. He can go full attack though, so it's not all terrible, but yeah, that's not great. That's some proper McLaren strategy right there.
think Russell had a water issue. Hard tires for Leclerc, of course. To be fair, Leclerc didn't pit before the safety car, so can't really blame the pit crew there. They couldn't predict that Russell, you know, had to scratch his ass and wiggle his way back onto the track. That is the second time I've seen a crash like that in 3 years of F1 Manager, and it is still a hilarious bug. But it's going to be a really expensive bug for us. I'm going to be very, very upset with this scenario. Mode wiggle, please. Oh my god. Mode wiggle. It's gonna be an insane end to this race, I think. Because we have Paris and old softs, we have Norris and old softs, we have advantage of Verstappen, Leclerc. Piastri might actually come out as a giga genius here for going onto those hard tires. Safety car is ending.
Safety car in this lap.
We can go full attack till the end here.
Focus on this restart.
I think what we are going to do though is try and manage tires a little bit, probably for 3 or 4 laps. If we fall outside the DRS, it'll seem like we're going to fall out the DRS, we're going to turn up to attack. But I'm still going to try and build a little bit more tire advantage if we can. Toto's probably wiggling his desk. No, he's wiggling the headset closer and closer to the desk before it explodes. Let's be honest. Yeah, that's an insane leap there, and Sainz is sleeping in the class. How do you lose 1 second as the 7th man in the train? Well, to be fair, Stroll is also losing a second, so maybe not that bad. Our car isn't great after all. Yeah, we're gonna have a really, really tough time putting together a new car for Alonso after this race weekend. And it's gonna suck massively. Because I need to put together a good car for Monaco, and right now it seems like that's gonna be difficult. Okay, let's go back to neutral here. We should be fine. It's just Stroll. We do need to clear him though, relatively immediately, if possible. Hulkenberg now has a mechanical fault too. We're seeing a lot of them in the future races, mechanical issues. We fell a little bit too quickly outside there. Get it on the next straight here, DRS, and then we should be able to jump Stroll. And then we can see if we can attach ourselves to Paris. Maybe fine for a podium here. Good work, Sainz. Paris has an issue, however, and that's a bit of a problem here because the gaps are not good. I'm gonna gamble here. We're gonna go full attack. We're gonna go full attack with the intention of getting onto the podium. That's gonna be what I'm gambling on here. Once we get within DRS, we are gonna start saving battery. Because we need that battery to, you know, catch the leaders. Okay. Don't actually have any battery to use here. That is a problem. Leclerc already off the podium here with his hard tires. I kind of need to deploy. I kind of need to just go all in. Try and catch Leclerc here. Get the RS off of him. And we're just going to stick it with full attack until the end. It's 7 laps. We use 5 to 6% per lap. It should be fine. Verstappen with a mechanical fault. Both Red Bulls are struggling at the moment. It's getting spicier. Back from phoning my dad, random question. What is my nation? How happy I'm with my nation performance in all this year's Champions League, Europa League, and Conference League? Well, I am Norwegian, and we don't really do a lot of European football. But Both has done decent enough, I'd say, this year. Why does Norris develop so slow? Low growth stand in the game. New season all of opponents. Williams look very promising. I'm looking forward to seeing Williams each year. Always want to see them do well. We're gonna have to save up some battery here before we do anything else. Okay, Verstappen, are you actually falling outside of DRS here? Okay, I need to actually take a look here quickly. What is Verstappen's issue? His gearbox. Paris is his engine. Okay, so both are going to be somewhat slow. And through goes Sainz on Verstappen. Norris is probably going to win this. Maybe not. 55% on a pair of soft tires. Okay. That's actually terrible. We might pick up our first race win here with the help of the Russell Wiggle, which would be kind of insane. 5 laps to go. We have just about enough tire to make this happen. It's just catching the cars in front that's going to be a little bit challenging here. Get Leclerc, then we can get onto Piastri. Oh my god, Leclerc, you bully. He has to be going. Yeah, that probably cost us the chance of the win here. Unfortunately. He just sent us a little bit too deep in that corner. We lost half a second-ish. And then he's just slow through the corners here. McLaren 1-2 though was not on, you know, my expectations, but I'll take that. Red Bull are in the lead. We need them to not score a lot of points, and honestly, them not scoring a lot of points is acceptable. Piastri actually going to hard tires might be a masterpiece here. See ya. I'm a little bit behind on chat. Apologies. I think Jack Whitehall was funny. Did you know the Norwegian government, alongside Malaysian one, tried to rescue Caterham? I didn't, actually. But yeah, I think we're fighting for a podium now. I think we are just going to try and save up some energy. Let's see here. Mercedes always falls apart in my saves. Yeah, they've done that in every game. Whoever is, you know... the people behind this is really not like Mercedes. Let's just put it like that. Did we just lose Leclerc? Ugh, that's not good. I should have managed my tires a little bit better, honestly. Just slow down a little bit when we were behind Leclerc. Because right now we are getting punished a little bit for trying to get battery back. How are we looking? Yeah, Leclerc has tire advantage over us now, too. That is a problem. But we should be able to keep Verstappen at bay for the time being. And at this rate, Leclerc might catch Norris by the end. 32.6 versus 33.9, so yeah. I'm actually very surprised that Verstappen isn't full sending it more. But I'm going to have to use a little bit of energy here to just get within DRS on the main straight. Because if we do not do that, we're not getting the overtake down here on the final lap. Oh, that's the wrong camera angle. I wanted this one. Can we secure a podium here? It's going to be the big question. We bullied Leclerc a little bit. The gamble now is, can we get another 2 tenths before the next DRS zone? We were close. Let's put you to always defend here and deploy. If we didn't squabble with Leclerc, we might have actually had a chance at getting Norris. Oh, Leclerc, is he gonna send it? He tried. He failed.
No DRS. No DRS.
Are we safe here? Just about. Piastri wins. I was wrong. I criticized McLaren's strategy unjustly. And we got ourselves a podium here.
Let's go.
Thanks to the sacrifices of Alonso.
Thank you, guys. Good job. And some pickup, please.
Hamburg? What? Maybe it's biased for some drivers, but the only how could change Hamilton Ferrari. Yeah. Podium in a boat. Well, we are not actually super boaty yet, so it's still good. But yeah, that safety car really helped us to get this this podium. We shall take that.
Now, wasn't that
Okay, so up 16 places. Could have gotten Norris there if we weren't squabbling so much with Leclerc. Probably a little bit better energy management for me would have seen things go a little bit differently. I could be really, really cheeky with this challenge, by the way. It is literally just we could get the drivers, but just buying Verstappen at the end of the year. Let's say he's not going to come to us. It doesn't really matter. We now have 50 points. 150 points to go. We're both still ahead of us here because it was a sprint weekend. But honestly, I'd say this was still very much an acceptable result. Hamilton actually got Paris as well. So that is really, really good. They still scored one more point than us in the race. It's a shame there that Alonso had, got assaulted by Osama bin Russell. The funny thing is that nickname, he actually lived up to it in this game too right now, which is kind of hilarious. His biggest smooth operation in this game was Russell's wiggle strap. How can I better improve the car in F1 Manager? Basically, Basoya, every part has a thing it's really good at. You figure out what each part is good at and focus that, your car is going to get a lot better, a lot quicker. Also, durability isn't that important. So if you turn that down, your car is going to improve really, really quick. This is going to be a big repair job. Yeah, this is going to be a really, really bad repair job. And we didn't even get a smiley face out of this. Okay, so let us go over what we need. We need a new chassis, front wing, rear wing, sideboard, suspension, also engine, hitbox, and ERS. And we only have 2 of those, so yeah, we're basically already screwed. We are the worst car on grid. We actually have better acceleration than someone else without an engine in our car. Okay, I need to figure. It has to be Alpine, right? Like, it has to be. Let's compare ourselves to the Alpine car. Yeah, even without an engine in... Wait, that's the wrong car. Even without an engine in the car, was still better acceleration than the Alpine. That's actually hilarious. We are basically an ERS and an underfloor. And it's still going to go quicker. Still going to accelerate quicker in a straight line than an Alpine will. Okay, so let's take a look here. We are getting both the front wing design done and also the sideboard design done before Imola, which means we might want to try and start new designs. Probably not. And, when I think about it, because financially we just can't do that. I need a new chassis. It's going to be huge. Yeah, let's go back a little bit. Let's take a look at each part and see what we want to try and get done before we go to Imola. We already have the C1s. Honestly, let's put the C1s on the car and then we can... Oops. Put the C1s on the car, and then we can make a decision from there. And we'll figure out what we actually need. So new rear wing, we can make that in 3 days. That's not a huge deal. It's going to be the other pieces that is going to be a problem. And if we compare car 1 to car 2 here, how far behind is... Yeah, this is pretty bad. So as you can see, our car is actually midfield right now. Capable of scoring points. We're lacking a little bit in DRS and top speed. But we are capable of scoring points at a regular interval. If we weren't doing the last two or pit lane challenge here, we probably would be scoring more podiums. But yeah, we definitely... I think we need to focus on parts to give us cornering here for the mainly. Because that is just a horrendous difference in terms of stat. I can say Mulder just beat Shamrock. Okay. Mulder has been doing okay, so I'm looking forward to that one. That's a guaranteed penalty for Alonso later on. Yes, but to be fair, we're starting from the pit lane anyway, so penalties from components doesn't really affect us much. It's just a financial aspect that's going to be really, really painful. If I turn down the lifetime, my car will be better or faster. It's gonna be a lot faster if you turn down the durability of your parts. CRF's effectiveness even worth it if my car's at 30 seconds out front? No. If you're not DRSing of any other car, then there's no point to it. It does have an effect in quality, but apart from that, it does not, you know, it does not really, there's no value to it if you're always running 30 seconds behind other cars and never using DRS to overtake. In our case, we are going to have to make our way through the entire field, so DRS is actually fairly valuable to us. But yeah, I think what we're going to have to do here is rush a few components, and financially that's going to put us even more in the bin. And I'm going to rush this one because that's going to allow us to make a rear wing on top of this. That way we get 2 components back, and if we rush a suspension and a side pod, we're actually going to be able to put this car back together. So it's going to suck, but there's literally no other way to get ourselves back in the running here, and we're just going to have to allow these 2 design slots to be open for a little bit. Financially, I've put myself into a very compromised situation. Our performance facilities, other staff, is still also a bit of a problem for both of our drivers, I think, so we need to have a couple of good results so that I can boost our performance a little bit. And we might consider also changing our head of aerodynamics and also changing our sender here, purely due to the fact that that will allow us to boost the mentality of our drivers. So currently the main limiting factor is going to be financials more than anything else. Okay. Also, how long is it until I get the next level of factory? 16 days. So we're almost out of hell here. The thing is, we're going to probably need 2 more underfloors by the time we get to the next race weekend, if you will. Okay, rush that one as well. There we are. And as I said, with this, we're actually going to be able to put the car back together. Somewhat. We got energy drink money and sponsor plan money. We're alive again. We're back in the game. And I'm just going to check here. If I were to nab Wheatley, it would cost me 700,000. That is more than worth it to just nab him right now, because mentality boost and also fixing the pit crew. So we're going to offer him this contract. I'm going to give him a week to respond. And it'll still be fine. And I'm also going to nab a head of error while I'm at it, because this has no rules. We're min-maxing to, well, to the max. It's going to cost us 2 million, so we're actually going to wait with this, do it a little bit later on, because 2 million is a little bit more than 700,000. Excuse me. I'm in a financial hole. I am. We should be able to remove all weight from the car, make it quick so we would have a rocket ship just to drive around the steering wheel. Well, we did have that, the technology, a little while ago, where we were kind of floating with the cars. Shame they patched out really relatively quick. Okay, let's see what we can get out of the sponsors here again. We are gonna get 7 million. 4.2 million from mandatory payout. But we're gonna have to wait 6 weeks to get this paid out, so in another month and a half. But I will take that. That's actually gonna help out quite a bit. Okay, chassis is done. Like so. And I'm still gonna keep these design slots open until after we're done with Imola here, because I need to see just how deep in the hole we're gonna be after that. It would also be a huge boon here to get the front wing. As you can see, it's gonna make us a lot better. But I think we need to prioritize getting a rear wing. And I'm gonna rush one of these. And I'm gonna rush 2 front wings too, because we need them for Monaco. I'm not gonna lie, we need those front wings for Monaco. Okay. Manufacture 2 more rush front wings. And with that, we'll have one of them for Imola here. And we'll have one ready for Monaco. Side pod design is complete, but we're not going to put this on the car, so it doesn't really matter much. And I do need to start manufacturing an underfloor. I think we kind of have to. Well, never mind. We actually have manufactured 2 underfloors. I'm just silly. And forgetful. Okay, let's see where we're at. We should have no more... We should not have to design any more front wings. That's fine. Underfloor designs are all done with. We just need chassis and side pods. I'm going to make another side pod right away. And the reason why we're making one right away is just purely due to the fact that I need to get some top speed on the car again. And I need to minimize the amount of engine cooling that we lose when I do this. We could also just go full into engine cooling. But we need, again, a little bit of top speed. And honestly, we already know that we are going to have to buy some new components for Alonso. The car's been, you know, trashed by 2 people now. So we'll allow that to just go through. Let's see, when is the rear wing design done? 21 days. Let's make another rear wing over this weekend, just so we have a spare. I feel like we're going to need it. And we're going to take a look now and see if we can fix this car on race day, basically. Maybe we should just put a plain engine. Put a jet engine at the back, yeah. Hello, Eric. How you doing? My engine cooling is middle of pack, but so I don't have cooling issues. Nah. Once your cooling is around 60%, you're generally going to be fine. So I wouldn't worry too much. Let's stop in a new engine and a new gearbox. We're going to switch out the ERS after practice. And we're going to see here what we can do now with this car. So already, this is going to boost us way up. And we have 1 new front wing. 2 do we want to give it to? Honestly, Alonso got shafted, so I'm going to give it to him. We're going to give him that new rear wing. We are going to equip side pod. And since these are high risk anyways, we're going to go ahead and upgrade the underfloors for both cars. And we have installed that new suspension. So both cars now are upgraded. And as you can see, that new front wing puts us as the 2nd best team in low speed corners, making Monaco hopefully a lot easier to manage. So we're already getting there in terms of cornering. Just need a couple more upgrades. It's looking very, very promising already. So with that in mind, we just need to fix the mentality issue right now. And once that has been sorted, our drivers are going to get back to being very, very happy. So let's slap up some upgrades here. I need the mentality or memorabilia room, so we'll get that upgraded. We need to beat one of the race targets here in order to sign our new sporting director. So financially, I'm still putting us a little bit in the hole here, but already we can see a little bit of benefit here from science getting boosted. But yeah, 16 or higher, that should be doable for both of our drivers unless Osama bin Russell shows up again.
Welcome along to Italy, and welcome along.
Okay. So I'm just going to simulate through practices here. And this time I'm actually going to simulate them. I'm not going to mistakenly play them like I did last time. And we are going to try and put together a decent setup here. And that goes that way. Honestly, I think this is good enough. It can probably be refined a little bit further. But again, it's good enough. I'm not too worried. This, same, good enough. Not too worried. Everything within the blue. And before we do go into Q1 here, we are going to just change the ERSs. I'm kind of tempted to do that for Science too, but I think he'll be fine this race. And we are going to finish qualifying. And we're going to do one run here just to figure out where our setups are and see if we want to tweak them before we go into the race weekend proper. Okay, take manual control of both cars. That way we will not be going through to Q2, and we will be fine. Yeah, tire preservation is probably one of the more important stats in this game, next to cornering, because you can just get so much time from the AI burning their tires mainly. Has Floof arrived yet? I have yet to see him, Lando. Unfortunately, I think Floof is sleeping. He is living in Australia after all. They are quite far ahead of me. Piastri goes from winning to crashing in quali.
And that's the moment the car plows into the wall. And that is a miserable
I love that
part
he
of their
hit the
qualifying
hardest part of the wall too. Like everything else has some sort of dampener, but right there, straight wall. I'm wondering though if Piastri survived here with just front wing damage, because if he did, he'll actually be able to do another run. Seems like he is not doing another run. Oh, never mind. He is doing another run. Let's see. Are you joking me? They did not change out his front wing? They didn't change his front wing here. Does that mean McLaren doesn't have any extra front wings and we're going to see an emergency manufacture? Like he's missing half his wing there. He's actually holding up the car behind because he doesn't have a front wing. And he's still almost beat Albon. Yeah. Norris on pole. Halga in fourth. That's surprising. I'm not gonna lie. Does the AI even emerge to manufacture? I think he will have to in this case if they don't have a front wing. Because at the end of the qualifying session, that wing just goes in a garbage bin. So it's either they emerge to manufacture, or he just does not have a wing to use in the race. Unless, of course, they switch him to an earlier spec, in which case he'll be starting in the pits with us. So I genuinely don't know. We'll have to see, yeah. As you say, Jasper, pit lane start. But yeah, Red Bull's a little bit washed here. I'm looking forward to seeing what the Ferraris can do. Russell is going to be serving his penalty here. Never mind, that was Q1. So Leclerc still put it on pole. I'll get 7th, Norris down in 3rd. I was being a little bit too hopeful, a little bit too soon.
Not long until we get going.
I hope if another F1 Managed game comes out, they add a physics model, even if it's a bad one. Shame you weren't here earlier, Lando. We had the wiggle crash from last year. I don't know if you were there for that, but basically, a physics model you request would probably have made that even funnier. Okay, we are now set up. And generally around here, just doing a one-stop will probably be quickest. And we could actually try and do something like this. As you can see, it's still going to be fairly quick. But let's just take a look at what do we have available. 1 medium, 1 hard, and 4 softs. I'm kind of tempted to try and beat Cheeky here. And what I mean by that is, we start on a soft tire. We absolutely destroy it by running an aggressive. We go into aggressive hard. And we finish with the medium. This way we should be able to offset ourselves from the others who are doing pit stops. The other strategies are supposed to be quicker, but let's face it, we're going to be stuck in traffic for most of this time anyways. And this, as I mentioned, should just offset us from the other pit stoppers. I don't know if it's going to be good enough though. It's the problem. Yeah, that's going to be even slower. It's going to be a bit of a gamble. I'm not going to lie. But it's a gamble that I'm willing to perform, if you will. You see, a light versus a standard medium, it's kind of the same in terms of pace over the entire stint. And we're going to do the same here with Alonso, but we'll try and have him just run full attack. Honestly, it might do that for both of them. One stop 8 is supposed to be a lot quicker, so I might actually just do this. Put them on alternate strategies. This is basically, Alonso's going to be a safety car guarantee. If we get a safety car, he's going to be kind of securing something from that. And Sainz is just going to go full on pedal to the wall and see what we can do. I think that is fine to just split their strategies a little bit. Should be more interesting of a race that way. What do we think? Is this acceptable? Hey, I love you guys. It helps me a ton. I'm glad those guys are rating. That's kind of why I made them. I'm glad to see that they are finding some use. Appreciate it. I've been trying that one time starting Q1 and 2 to get into Q3, and I've saved soft the race. It's worked well. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. In Miller, I never two-stop unless it's a safety car. Yeah, generally I don't do that either, but I want to try this basically just because we're starting at the back anyways. So we need to make it through 19 other cars. And the best way that I can make that happen is just by burning early, try and get through as many cars as early as possible. Hit onto a fresh tire, and then we try and undercut as many as possible before we go into the final medium. And for Alonso, we're just doing the standard strategy. So we're kind of splitting it here to hopefully have it work out well.
The crowd are on their feet in anticipation.
I can't get over the fact that it took me 2 hours to do Miami. I'm sorry that I was so slow.
And it's lights out and away we
Lights
go.
out and away we go. We're going to give Sainz the high overtake aggression immediately. And we do actually find Leclerc in the pits with us, not Piastri. Why on earth is Leclerc in the pits? What did he change? Oh, we have a yellow flag. Tsunoda running a little bit wide. No spin, no free position for us. Have Alonso deploy a little bit so he can also catch up. And we have already overtaken Leclerc and also maybe Sargent here. These soft tires are going to do work early, and that's kind of what I'm banking on with this sign strategy. That's the entire point. Get overtakes done, build confidence, catch up to the back of the field while we are, you know, running the hard stint. I kind of feel like we're getting rain with how cloudy it is, so I just need to double check it to be on the safe side. He's already flying up the order, which is very, very nice to see. I did also want to check it. What exactly did Leclerc change on this car? New engine, okay. So you needed to get a new engine. I guess they did have an extra front wing. They just didn't put it on, you know, Piastri's car for whatever reason. For quali, and now he's stuck ahead of us. There's the tires there, everyone, but everyone else is on the medium or hard. We're the only soft runner, which is also really helping us there with getting some early moves done. It is looking good so far. Sargent is actually holding up Alonso. That's not what we like to see. Luckily, Alonso made it by. I'm gonna deploy a little bit here, just catch up to the back of the train. Nice, gets an easy overtake done there. And by the time we pit, we might actually be in the points. So this might work out really, really well. So close there, but no Piastri. Yeah, classic. Do I stream on Twitch also? I generally just stream on YouTube. I wanted to try and do a stream to Twitch and YouTube at one point, but I just couldn't get it to work. So I just stream on YouTube to make my life easier. Tsunoda is every OP. Yeah, it's very OP. Why is AI always doing two-stopper in Monaco in this game? So weird, because they never overtake me. Honestly, two-stopper in Monaco is probably the fastest strategy. So, it's not that surprising that the AI is doing two-stoppers there, Eric. What do I think of the F175? I only watched the highlights, but it looked pretty amazing. Loved Ramsey just saying things as they are. See you later, Jasper. Hope you have a good day. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, I did actually burn Alonso's entire battery here while chatting. That's a bit unfortunate. But he is making moves forward here, which is what we like to see. There's a tire wear. We already have almost a 10% advantage over some people. So this could work out just fine for him. Literally parking the bus. That works very well, Eric. So it's not wrong. But parking the bus on a Monaco with the AI doing a two-stopper, I can see why that is working really, really well for you. Okay. I think if Alonso gets overtaken here, we're going to do a little bit of battery recharge, but so far it's actually holding on. Let's recharge a little bit for science here, and then we will go full deploy. There's a train up to the points there. And in terms of tight degradation, like Gasly is pushing those mediums. He has to be doing full attack here. He's almost keeping up with us. And that is a slight problem for our strategy. We're actually giving Alonso DRS now, which is actually beautiful, because that means he can run up top for a while. And we're actually getting away from Piastri too. It's looking really, really good. Do I reckon we get F1 Manager 25? Honestly, I don't know. Frontier has yet to say anything, so could be, you know, it could be just straight up cancelled. It could not be. We don't know. They have a contract for 4 games, and I feel like at this point they would have just come out and said that, yeah, due to poor performance, we're not releasing 25. And to be fair, the reason people are saying that we're not getting 25 is due to a independent firm saying that Frontier has cancelled one of their IPs. But we do know that we do actually know one IP they've cancelled, and that is the Warhammer stuff. So I don't know. That's the weird part. People are just assuming that the cancelled IP has to be F1 Manager, when they've already said that they are not making more Warhammer stuff. It's just a very weird conclusion to draw. And I'd like to just hear it from Frontier. I don't like the speculation, honestly. I love how we get to blame every time I'm overtaken. Of course, when we overtake, it's my performance. But when we get overtaken, it's because of you guys. Always. It's the rule. It's really just me making an excuse, though, to be fair, because it is a silly mistake that I generally wouldn't make if I was 100% focused on the game only. So, it's an excuse. It's not really me passing blame. And if anyone in chat does feel blamed, I apologize. Just scream back at me then. Fight back. Tell it as it is. Is the time loss for recharging the battery worth it in the game's full deploy?
We are ready.
Generally, if you can do the recharge while you're in, say, a DRS train, then it's definitely going to be worth it. But you're generally going to be gaining as much time as you spend recharging. So if you're doing it just while not being in a DRS train, for instance, there's not really much of a point. Some tracks are different too in terms of recharge rate and, you know, deploy rates. But generally, if you can recharge in the DRS train, do it. If you can't, then try and save battery a little bit, if possible. Okay, for science dinner, we are going to go full attack. The tires are degrading a little bit quicker than anticipated. So we're actually going to jump into the pits here on this next lap. So let's see if we can get a little bit more confidence boosted before we jump into the pit lane. That is looking good. Okay, so there is 15 seconds time to Sergeant. We should have a lot of free air once we do pit here now. Besides to kind of build back some momentum. We'll have to see how well this gamble pays out. I lost this off-speed confidence. Really moving forwards very quickly, but as the cars ahead start getting more and more destroyed with the tires, like Gasly's for instance, we should be getting more and more advantage, if you will. That's another slow stop, this unfortunately. I saw the recharge max of 2. Yeah, you can harvest 2 megajoules over the course of a lap. So you're kind of limited to in the amount you can harvest. But yeah, in terms of the ERS battle assist here, it's actually pretty straightforward. It basically has the driver automatically deploy and recharge over the course of a lap as they see fit. Basically, they'll use it to defend, to overtake. Generally, they'll be less effective than if you did it manually, but I just like putting it on because it's basically allows me to not having to min-max the RS every few seconds. It allows the driver to kind of make those decisions themselves, and as such, you can still overrule that by going deploy or harvest, but they'll try and manage the RS to the best of their ability themselves, which can be helpful. Okay, so Alonso is still stuck here with Piastri and Leclerc, which honestly is fine. But we do need to try and move forwards a little bit, I think. I would like to be a little bit further up the road, please. There we go. A little bit further up the road. We're still in the DRS train for points though, but it's just a bit painful with these very, very long DRS trains to try and get that overtake made. Let's see, how is Sainz doing in terms of lap times compared to the rest? And 19.2 versus 19.3 there for Norris, 19.9 for Perez, 21.2 for Show, 25. He's gaining upwards of a second or maybe even 2 seconds on some of these guys up ahead. And as you can imagine, with the time consideration of pitting it being 28 seconds, we can see that he's already gotten up to Rick again. And if again another couple of seconds, we get Hulkenberg. If we somehow manage to shave off 7 seconds over the next few laps here, we're actually going to be able to jump Stroll. And that would actually be kind of huge. So if we do see any of these guys pitting, we are going to start deploying. And generally here, they still have a lot of tire left, so I don't expect them to pit. But it is a consideration that we do need to make that for Sainz's strategy. Next problem here is going to be Sargent. I need to clear him immediately, so I'm going to push here so we can get him in that DRS zone. I don't want to get taken out by the American. That would not be good for us. Magnussen does now pit, which is not a problem because he's not one of those that we are concerned about. 28 seconds here for Stroll would be 40 seconds. We are 4 seconds off. With the DRS there, we gained basically just 3/10 on him, which is a little bit bad, but there is some DRS swapping, I believe. No, there isn't. So Stroll is just pushing now before he pits. Probably not going to be able to undercut him, but we'll be with him anyway, so it's not all bad. Alonso here, we're just going to go back to top up. It's not really too much we can do unless we start burning more tire. Belgium is a track you don't burn a lot of battery. Yeah, Belgium you can go full attack for like 5 laps in a row, no problem. Hey, I'm a new player. I need some tips on how to make a rocket for next year. Basically, Wazbek, the way the game works is that every part of the car has something it's really, really good at. For instance, you can, if we take a look at here, the front wing is really good at low speed cornering, the rear wing is good at medium speed cornering, as well as top speed and DRS. The underflow is good for every kind of cornering, that sort of thing. So you kind of want to figure out what each part is good at, and then try and maximize the performance of that aspect for that part. Now, once you understand how that works, you are probably going to potentially lose some enjoyment out of the game, so be warned that metaing in this game can be kind of boring. But I do have a video on my channel going over kind of the sliders for each part, how you should develop the car, things like that. So there are videos that are covering that topic on my channel if you just search for them. And tips on how to win with hard R&D development. It's still the same as you would do with normal. There isn't anything special there. Just out-research the AI. It's generally going to be a good advice. So you want to develop your car until you meet board objectives. And from there, you want to kind of start focusing on research for next year. It's going to be a good idea. Yeah, the underflow is good for every kind of cornering, so it's just maximize sliders in that direction. But yeah. Generally just, again, figure out what the parts are good at, maximize that, and you'll generally be good. We're going to do a little bit of harvesting for science because we caught Albon at a really early part of the lap, and we are still quicker even while harvesting. We actually harvest maximum here, so we'll put him back to neutral. I think we'll get the overtake done, 79 versus 44% tires. And Stroll has yet to pit. The gap now is actually going in our favor. If Stroll were to pit right now, he would come out most likely behind us. So it's basically just building up tire advantage at this point towards the end of the race, and that should work out just fine. For Alonso, we still need to manage a little bit more, but with only Russell ahead, it's time to start making some moves. And we might actually make the move before the DRS zone at this rate. Yeah, we should have DRS here, and we're already ahead, so Russell is not going to have a good time. At this rate, I do believe that we will be getting both cars on the points, which would be pretty good for our future gains, if you will. But Hauge is already 10 seconds off the top 3. We're already over half a minute behind, or a pit stop. We're going to need another safety car if we want to make something amazing happen here. Appreciate the positives for my guides. Yeah, suspension, when I design it, is basically top speed and tire preservation. You can go full tire preservation on your suspension. That's also a good idea. But yeah, just figure out what each part is good at and then take advantage of that, and generally you'll be good. Good work, Science. Gap to Stroll is now just 20 seconds. We might even get Hamilton and Hauge at this rate. Of course, we do need to pit again, and they're probably going to go for a one-stop. But even then, I think we'll be able to reel them in with that medium stint. So I'm not too worried here. But a lot of them are going to be pitting soon. They've driven their tires into absolute oblivion. And as you can see here, even that next hard stint that they're going to do, it's going to be pretty hard on their tires. So I think we will be fine here. And I'm also kind of very tempted at the moment to change Alonso's strategy a little bit. Because we've basically just been running with the rest of the pack here, building an advantage. And I kind of want to keep doing that. If we run a light hard stint here too, we could make something happen towards the end. So I think we are going to do that. We are going to toggle Alonso onto attack. We're going to allow him to try and make some overtakes, create a little bit of a gap here, maybe catch Tsunoda and Leclerc by overtaking Show. And just get him onto a light hard stint here towards the end. Now, do I think putting softs on full attack don't do a lot of good? Depends on the track and the situation ground. But generally, softs on attack just evaporate too quickly right now to be useful in most situations. Using softs on light is generally just going to be a lot better for your race pace than going full attack. So it's going to be situationally dependent. But I do believe just running softs on light is very powerful. Attack can be good on low degradation tracks. Is aggressive mode better than attack for softs and meds? It's basically, again, it just boils down to your strategy. Like, if you look at our strategy here, we are running light mediums into light hards. And we are still gaining on the cars ahead. So, it's basically just how you manage your tires compared to the AI. Do I have any F1 managers safe suggestion, for example, a team to manage and maybe a challenge to make it interesting? I was suggested to try one-season challenges with the presets for create a team. I was considering doing something similar to that. But in terms of one-season challenges, kind of hard to say. Could do something similar to this, where you start with a team and only start from the pit lane. To try and kind of focus on making your way through the pack, things like that. You don't need to necessarily start with Kick Sauber like I'm doing. You can start with a higher rated team to make it more interesting for yourself. That would be possible. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna highly depend on what you're looking for in terms of the challenge. Hard on attack mode is generally fine, because the hards are pretty slow anyways. Okay, so for Alonso now, we're actually going to just push him and get him into the pits, I think, on this lap. Do I want to gamble on another lap? Yeah, we run another lap here to just absolutely use up everything here. Norris, Perez, and Verstappen are pitting. We're not going to jump them with anyone here. And Alonso takes the lead of the race. For, like, one lap here. That's still pretty good. Oh, we actually have 2 hards for Alonso. I didn't know. Okay, that changes things. I wish I knew that earlier. Because now we can actually do a bit of a comparison of 2 attacking hards versus a light hard. As you can see here, in terms of pace, it's not a lot quicker. Just 2 seconds. And 2 seconds gained with an extra pit stop is generally not something that I like to do. So yeah, 2 hards there are not really going to change much unless we have a safety car. I think we're just going to stick with running a light hard stint. Overheating kills tires, yeah. As long as you don't overheat your tires, you can run them as aggressive as you want, generally. But yeah, the second, once you start running, basically, once you run, in this case over 130 on these, that's when you're going to start seeing some pain. But yeah, for Alonso, if I knew that earlier, we might have tried to do something like a 2-stopper for him too. But we're going to put him on a light hard this tire here. And Sainz's undercut journey has actually gone pretty well. He's up into 5th now. He actually undercut Verstappen. And kind of the idea behind this now is going to be to try and stay with some of these faster cars. Take advantage of the RS, hold them up a little bit, destroy their tires as much as possible, and then, you know, get them with the final stint there on the medium. That's kind of going to be what we're hoping for. In terms of how Alonso's going to come out, it's going to come out between Leclerc and Hulk, which is fine. I don't think that's going to be a huge problem. Another 3-second pit stop. It's unfortunate because our average is 2.8. But I guess the mentality debuff that has hit my team after the crash could potentially have brought us under 3 seconds. So it sucks, but that might just be how things are. We are going to run light here. It's going to absolutely suck for the first couple of laps. But it's going to allow us to just manage those tires a little bit better. Hello, Bob. I'm glad you found my channel helpful. Appreciate it. Put Alonso's tires in aggro mode. The thing is, Alonso's tires aren't going to survive in aggro mode. See here, if I go aggressive, he is going to have a puncture before the end of this race. If I go normal, the tires are just barely going to survive for a 1 second gain. And just having that tire advantage towards the end of the race there, basically the AI likes to burn their tires. So while running light is a little bit slower, it's going to be faster compared to the AI. And that's kind of what we're looking for. And it just allows us for these last 5 to 10 laps to run more aggressive, to run more attack, and just make those overtakes towards the end of the race a lot easier to get done. And that's kind of what we're banking on.
Big accident.
What have you done, Rick? What crime have you committed?
Okay.
Honestly, I think he's lucky there, because that's barely any front wing damage. I think maybe he picked up some suspension damage, perhaps? But that's lucky for that kind of spin. If he hit with the rear first, he would have been out of the race. So he was very, very lucky there. So Verstappen has finally caught us. I'm not going to be too bothered here if we do get overtaken, because, again, we are just kind of slowing him down a little bit. And let's face it, we can't really hold him off anyways. It would just waste time in our race. So I'm fine with getting overtaken. I am going to try and deploy a little bit here, though, and see if we can maybe stick with him over 1 lap. Doesn't really look that likely, however. Yeah, no way we're sticking with him. We're going to have to find another victim. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe our cornering is good enough right now that we can do it. It's really on the edge here. Nah. Maybe. It's going so much back and forth that I don't really know what to say. But yeah, we did not get the RS, unfortunately. It was a honorable attempt, but Verstappen is just a little bit too quick on those fresh tires compared to us. But as I mentioned, I think we can get that time back towards the end of the race, and that's really what I'm banking on with Sainz. Alonso's tires should be hitting the temperature threshold right now. We're running kind of on the edge here, which is kind of bad. I would like to catch up to the cars ahead. That's still going to take a while, however. We're more likely to have Tsunoda catch us. But still, we should be fine running like this towards the end of the race there. We are on the border, and that's generally okay. Unless there's rain coming in early races, I start a medium. The AI love going aggressive. They do. You're not wrong. Why does this game hate Sargent so much? I think the game just hates whoever is the lowest rated driver on the grid, generally, Bob. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like they decide one driver has to be more injury prone than the others, so that people will remember them. But it was the same way with Schumacher in previous editions, the same way with Latifi, so I don't know. The game just do not like him, I guess. The Phoenix Grey team seems good. Awful car, mid drivers and staff, excellent facilities, could be a fun save. Yeah, I was suggested to try and see how well I could do in one season with those pre-made scenarios, so I was thinking of maybe doing that later on if I run out of ideas. It was a good suggestion that I received this stream, Lando. Wrecks it every race this season. To be fair, we've also wrecked it every race this season. We already lost an engine, a gearbox, and ERS for Alonso, so I'll say we've been doing much better.
And tires are ready.
Okay, so we're getting very close to pinning signs. I do want to stay with Hauge for a little bit longer if I can. I don't think that's going to be necessarily a bad idea. When we do pit, however, we are going to come out between Russell and Gasly, so we're going to have to make a few overtakes. But with hard tires already being, you know, 20-25% lower than the mediums that we're going to go on, it should be fine. Because compound performance-wise, we have 2.5 tenth advantage. We're going to retain that advantage for a good 15 laps or so. And since we are running light to begin with, we'll have an even higher advantage because this is with fresh tire versus fresh tire. So with a loss of 0.04 a lap, they've probably already done... How many laps have they done? 6 laps? 8 laps? 0.4? They've already lost 2 to 3 tenths on these hards already. So we'll be half a second quicker than them when we pit signs onto the medium. And that's gonna be that way for quite a few laps. So Sainz should be able to close the gap back down, get back into the points, is what I'm hoping for. The best thing that we could get right now for Sainz's sake is just a safety car. But I think that might be a little bit too much to hope for. Yeah, for now, we'll speed it up a little bit. Chat has slowed down a little bit too, so I can actually focus. Again, I do apologize if I miss anyone comments. It's feel free to, you know, ask them again if you feel ignored. It's not my intention. Okay, Leclerc has Cordos again here. That is actually fine. For Sainz, we are going to just have him come in this lap. Put him on those mediums, and as you can see, it's going to be 2.2 seconds quicker than the used hards that we're on. So we're going to be half a second, 7 tenths quicker from the get-go on fresh mediums. And so Alonso here, he's also started building advantage, 12 seconds to, well, not 12 seconds, 12%, 10% to the cars ahead, and that's just going to keep on getting bigger as we get closer to the end of this this race here. Sainz comes out in 13th behind Russell. That is fine. We have 30 seconds to get up to Leclerc, 25 laps. We're not really going to get back up there, but we are going to get into a good point scoring position. No worries, ice on the road. I really should follow that advice more often, you know, wrong. But yeah, currently we are kind of in a chill session. We're in a chill place. There's not really much we can do. In terms of lap times there, 17.7 for Alonso, which is similar to Norris.
There's a big accident on the
Magnussen has crashed. I don't think that's going to be a safety car.
Watch Magnussen.
I don't think he's fully out.
And ends up making contact with the barrier.
That is a rear wing destroyed though, so he is not going to be competitive for the rest of this race. Just put it like that. He has a big hole in his rear wing. But yeah, as I was saying before I get interrupted here, the Alonso has higher pace right now than basically anyone ahead of him. And with 23 laps to close gaps down, we could see him get quite a lot higher up there. Do I reduce fuel to minimum every race? Yeah. There are a couple of reasons why I do this. Number one is just that running minimum fuel is going to be quicker because you have less weight in the car. And that the less weight in your car over the course of the whole race is actually worth more in terms of time than you running balanced or even push for the entire race weekend. The second reason is that running your engine on conserve has it running at a lower temperature, meaning you're not actually putting as much wear on your powertrain, your ERS, and your engine. So you kind of get a double benefit there. You're not losing time, you're gaining time, and you're also not putting as much strain on your components, meaning that you don't really need to buy, you know, an extra engine, ERS, gearbox. You get the idea. There's no real negatives with it. Hello, Milan. How you doing? Yeah, Alonso is starting to gain on those ahead. He was losing time after he pitted, but right now he's actually gotten to the point where his tires are starting to hold quite a significant advantage over the rest of the grid. Same can be said for Sainz. Last lap was a 17.2. Norris is quicker, but let's say he's running at the head of the order here. There's no one that is significantly quicker than Sainz at the moment, so he'll be able to reel in the cars ahead too with relative ease. Okay, Alonso's actually caught the 2 cars ahead of him, Stroll and Hamilton. We need to clear these, so we're going to just start deploying a little bit. It's quite early, but I'm kind of banking on here us being able to get past Russell, or sorry, not Russell, Hamilton here, before, yeah, we get to DRS zone. Kind of like that. Just like that, and now we can just go neutral again and push Stroll onto the gravel, as it turns out. We should also have DRS here, so with that, we've actually kind of bullied both Stroll and Hamilton to kind of be left behind there with incredible ease. Can I underfuel with the Ferrari engine? Yes. Basically, the way that this game works, as far as I've seen with the engines, is that it doesn't actually allow you to underfuel to the point where you would not be able to finish the race, as long as you run conserve for the entire duration. So you can go maximum underfuel with any engine as long as you start on conserve and you end, and you keep it on conserve for the entire race. You should be okay, Milan. The game doesn't tell you about that, you can't practice it. Nah, true. It's basically just figuring things out as you go. How about your time management, Nero? Why do you like to conserve your tires? The pace is going to be slow. So the thing is, coach, that the AI in this game, particularly on hard difficulty, likes to burn their tires. So basically, Alonso here pitted at the same time as most of these other guys. But we've already built a 12% tire advantage. And the main thing that you get by running, say, light over the course of full stint is that we are going to be slow here for the first 1/3 of the stint. We're going to be quicker than them in the second 1/3 of the stint. And we're going to be significantly quicker in the final 1/3 of the stint, usually when you want to make overtakes. So we're basically saving tire here while sitting behind other cars while taking it kind of slow and chill. And we get quicker than them, we start doing overtakes, and towards the final end of the stint, we can get a lot more overtaking done. So while you are going to be, well, it seems like, oh, I'm slow, I'm losing time for the first 10, 15 laps, in this case of a 30 lap stint, you are going to get more than that time back once that tire advantage starts to build and you start doing basically overtakes while not putting in any effort. In our case here with Alonso, if we take a look at the last lap, this isn't even representative because there was DRS involved. But for Sainz, for instance here, he is running 1:17s. There's no one even close to that sort of lap time because, well, starters, we kind of put him on a medium, the rest are on hards. But if we take a quick look at the lap history here for Alonso, 16.6, 16.5, 17.7, 17.5. That's basically what he's been running, 17.7s to 17.5s. And most of the cars around him right now are not running anything close to that. Leclerc is kind of, but he's still slower. Piastri is slower. Norris is slightly quicker, but I believe he's running in the DRS train out front. And as you can see, most of the top cars are going to be very similar in terms of pace. But over these last 15 to 17 laps here, we're just going to get quicker and quicker, while the AI is going to get slower and slower. And such, even though we're running light and they're running standard, we're still going to be quicker over the course of full stint. So it's just tire management, kind of, but it's really, really strong in this game. So running, basically previously in this game, running full attack was the way to go. It was the strongest, it was the quickest, there was just no comparison. You should run full attack with everything you had. But because it was so strong, attack got nerfed pretty hard. Basically meaning that attack now just eats your tires quite aggressively. But the AI didn't get adjusted for that new level of tire where on attack. And as such, if the player manages their tires, they're going to have a huge advantage over the AI. And it's incredibly strong. So that's kind of the strategy behind managing the tires by running light or even conserve, coach. Why am I in lap 46 and I am 3 points because I underfueled maximum Milan. I underfueled as low as I could go, and I've been running conserve the entire race. As a general rule of thumb, while you run conserve, you're gonna regain about 0.3 kilograms worth of fuel. So we are fine. We'll be able to have fuel left over if we run conserve all the way till the end. At the end, you feel like they're candy from baby. It kind of does feel like that if you do tire management properly. It's incredibly strong against the AI in the game right now. We have 15 laps to go here, and we gained half a second on Hauge. We're gaining 8/10 on Verstappen. We lost out some to Perez. But we have similar pace to Norris, who's leading at the moment, and actually still being a little bit quicker. And again, this advantage is just going to keep on growing. So we are going to be gaining on them over the course of this lap. I'm not too worried. Science strategy here might have backfired a little bit. I'm not going to lie. But he too is pretty quick. 16.7. He is the fastest man on track at the moment. And gaining 8/10 on everyone ahead. And he might actually catch Alonso by the end of this if he keeps this up. So strategy-wise, the strategies weren't actually that different from each other. You're welcome, Coach. Hopefully I explained it properly. I'm kind of bad at explaining things when I get put on the spot like that, but I tried my best. Okay, 10 laps to go here. We have both Rick and Magnussen potentially causing safety cars there, so we could still get a spicy end to this. I'm glad, thank you. Yeah, Hauge is kind of holding off right now, and he's doing a good job at it. But tires are going to start to be more of a problem. I think they're also kind of managing the tires a little bit at this moment. And 4th place is going to be kind of difficult to catch up to, I'm not going to lie. But we'll do our best to make that happen. Need to get by Tsunoda here so that we can chase down Hamilton. Did we get the arrest there again on the overtake? I believe we did. Very good. That's also a slower lap than we would have done because we just stuck behind Tsunoda. That is a little bit unfortunate. Hauge had a slow lap. We're catching him. Gonna use a little bit deploy it just to make sure that we get within the DRS by the time we get to the DRS zone. That is going to make the overtake incredibly easy. And I think Hauge here has DRS too because, yeah, he does. The Alpine is causing us some problems. And it almost held us up there a bit too. I think Hamilton is within grasp, but I don't think we're going to get anything more than that downward sign, so Alonso's strategy was definitely the better one. But it's fun gambling, trying out different strategies. I'm not gonna say that I regret doing this. Russell running wide. Please don't take out my drivers again, Russell. Mercy. Please. But yeah, still over a second quicker than some of the cars ahead. We'll take that. And for Alonso, we need to clear Hauge immediately if we want to have any chance at catching Leclerc. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Wait with overtaking until DRS is ours. No, you did that too soon, I think. No, you actually did it perfectly. My apologies, Alonso. You know how to do it, I don't. I should have never doubted you. Yeah, Sainz also gets Stroll there. 5 laps to go. think I'm gonna just deploy here and catch Piastri and Hamilton, and then we can do a little bit of recharge. That way we can also get Stroll out of the equation, so I don't need to worry about a torpedo coming up from behind. 5 laps remaining. I think this is the time when we start considering going just full attack on both drivers. Take a look here. The difference in gap is kind of what you want to expect, but we can't actually see a difference. We can run aggressive till the end for sure. So I think we turn him up to aggressive this lap, and then we see what it looks like. But Alonso is going to try and chase down Leclerc here. I think it's going to be difficult, but we can try. And for Sainz, I don't think we can run aggressive. Standard should be fine, but aggressive might be a little bit too much. Yeah, it's going to be just about enough. Just about a little bit too much here. We're going to wait one more lap before we tune him up. We got fastest lap that lap, 15.4. We shall take that, an extra point to the collection unless someone else decides to go quick. Norris, 15 seconds ahead of Paris is actually kind of insane. That's not what I expected to see here. Also going to give a little bit of a deploy here to Alonso. And we are finally reaching the point here now where we are positive on fuel. So we'll put that to balanced. I just want to make sure that Hauge is out of the equation. So that we don't get randomly assassinated, if you will. And now we go full attack. I probably could have done a little bit earlier, but I want to be safe here. And Verstappen and Leclerc are both kind of struggling a little bit here on their tires. Sainz is going to need a little bit deployed to get by Hamilton. Pass.
Are you okay?
Oh my god. Why? It's Magnussen, of course, with the damaged rear wing. He shouldn't even be on track. Yeah, we just need to stay on track. Like, we can't fix that front wing. Yeah, only thing I could do here is try and pit Sainz and get, you know... I don't think we even have a front wing to replace it with. Yeah, we're pushing tires now, sorry. Penalty collision calls. It was Magnussen's fault. I'm just wondering if we can get Tsunoda here and get one, you know, pity point. Because that is actually atrocious that we got taken out like that. So Alonso is fine. Probably played a little bit on the safe side here with the tires. Probably gone a little bit aggressive a little bit earlier. That is very frustrating. The fact that we beating Tsunoda here with, you know, a destroyed front wing is actually kind of insane. 2 laps left here for Sainz. Probably enough here that we can go full attack, and honestly, we kind of need it. We are coming up on the villain again. This time we passed without incident for once. But yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. Probably would have gotten him up to 7th place at the very least if that did not happen. But that's kind of been our luck this game. At least we are getting money for him finishing. Crossing my fingers. Please don't punish me, game. But we shall see, yeah. As for Alonso, he's still pretty quick, but probably just gonna attack a lap or two earlier, but it wouldn't actually have made any difference to the placement. Still a good result though, getting 5th from the pit lane. We'll take that.
Lando Norris wins it. He's first over the line.
Norris has won. Perez has some damage, but he's gonna get 2nd. Leclerc comes in 3rd. Verstappen gets 4th, and we are getting 5th here.
Okay, that's a checkered flag.
Sainz, can you hold off the Tsunoda for the last point of this race?
Thank you, guys.
So we just barely held off. So we'll take that.
And some pickup on the way in if you need it.
At least I scored a point. Yeah, could have scored more points though. That's kind of the sad part. The fact that the thing that annoys me the most though with Magnussen is that he was lapped quite a few times. And he still managed to get himself involved in an incident and pick up a penalty. That is the second race in a row where I drive, I guess, penalized for crashing with our cars. And it's going to carry over. But yeah, as you can see, we aren't actually that far off the Ferraris in terms of pace. Leclerc here ended up third. He started in the pits with us. We are 8-9 seconds off him. That's not terrible. Norris takes control of the drivers, which is actually really rare to see in the first season, so we'll take that. And we do still remain fourth in the constructors, but it's going to be an interesting climb to get back to Red Bull and McLaren. We need that enthusiasm buffed. At least I have a new front wing to replace the broken one immediately. Enthusiasm is also going up right now. We are happy. Monaco is going to be very important. And let's check here. The cars are still whole, which is honestly a bit of a surprise to me. We're going to manufacture a couple of front wings. We need to have a couple of spares. I am also going to manufacture another suspension for the time being. And with that, we don't actually have anything else we can do here. Alonso and GP has also solved their issues. Wheatley, we can hire him right now and replace the sporting director. This should help with mentality problems. And it actually pushed Alonso into enthusiastic, just like that. If we add the buff from confidence on top of this, he is going to be a perfect driver. Size is not quite there yet, but he's getting closer. So he too is going to be pretty perfect in terms of racecraft. Going to lack a little bit of smoothness. But he's still going to be really, really good. Need a little bit more buff there. We only have 700,000 in the bank, so in terms of the science, we're still going to keep this slot open. We're going to keep that slot open too. I want to get to the 5th edition of side pods and suspension before I start manufacturing more of them. So yeah, financially we are still a little bit in the bin. The Lando this then was unnecessary. Apologies. I need to take opportunity when I can. It's kind of impressive that he is doing well, but I think also one of the reasons why, it's also going to sound a little bit like a diss, Lando, and I'm going to apologize in advance. But one of the reasons why Lando is doing well in this save is because we snatched GP. So if you want to balance out Red Bull a little bit in your first season, snatch Verstappen's race engineer. I'm actually kind of curious. Who did Red Bull? Okay, this might be painful to watch. Discretion is advised. Who did Red Bull replace GP with? They did not replace him in anyone at the top list here. Do we have any bets? Do we have any bets who Red Bull replaced GP with? How far down am I going to have to go here? Oh no. Red Bull replaced GP with Tao Tao. 49 overall. That's probably also one of the reasons why Verstappen is struggling a little bit, I would argue. So yeah, you can kind of mess with the engineers. Ferrari did actually the exact same thing here, because we did snatch Sainz's race engineer, and they replaced him with Kirsten Meyer. So the AI does kind of do questionable things when it comes to replacing race engineers, because they're looking for free agents. And even then, they did not pick up any of these two. So yeah, questions need to be asked about the AI's plans there. And that's not realistic. I don't think so. Can you give Excel or text per design needed to optimize? If you Google Reza, if you Google over design guide by, what's his name again? There is a design guide on Steam that is in text form for designs. They give you slider placement, all that. It's on Steam Workshop as well. So you can find it there, similar to my guide, if you don't like the video form. Just Google that and you'll find it. If you can't find it, just let me know and I'll try and help you out. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting, again, if you want to kind of balance things out, if you feel like the AI is kind of messing around in the first season, you can cheese it by just breaking that engineer relationship. And that's what we've done to Verstappen. And that's also what we've done to Haugen. Not Leclerc, he's still doing well. But as you can see, it's kind of nerfed Verstappen to a point where Lando now has 3 race wins in the first 7 races. So as you can imagine, it did kind of balance things out a little bit. But yeah, let us get going with Monaco. It's probably going to be the last race for today, as I need to sit down and make tomorrow's video. So in time is grey, so she's grey. We are going to acknowledge this. We don't have money to pay overtime. Thank you for the offer, James, but overtime would literally put us almost in debt. So I'm going to have to say thank you, no thanks. If I saw someone with the same name for forename and surname, I would sign them too. So what you're telling me is that Red Bull runs on memes, Lando, instead of logic. Okay, we're 6th on grid in terms of performance. The only painful part is we're starting in the pits. So, yeah. It's going to be rough. Okay, let's just check it. I just want to double check that I have all the parts installed, because I have a bad habit of forgetting to install all the upgraded parts. Looks like we are kind of sorted there, so let's just simulate through practice. I am going to switch out to get ERS here for Alonso. We kind of need to destroy this ERS in practice if we can. It's going to mess a little bit with the pit crew, but I think that's fine. I'm going to probably start doing the same thing here for Sainz, because it kind of is necessary. But for now, we should be A-okay.
So it must be time for qualifying.
Qualifying means everything around Monaco.
Okay. Put you back on the car. And let's just maximize these. That's always a good place to start in Monaco. We're going to need to do like so then, if that's only good. Try that. I think that's good enough. Now we're going to do what we did last time, which is just do 1 lap to sell the car setup. And then we'll get ourselves situated in the pits.
Agree.
Taking manual control here so we don't accidentally go through to Q2. Pit lane start for Monaco is going to be an extremely exciting race. Well, it's going to be interesting for sure. I think we are going to be doing softs to start off with, and we're probably going to go really aggressive on them. We might even go for like a 3-stop strategy. Gonna highly depend on what I think we can get away with here. Does 3 stops work in Monaco? Generally 2 stops are going to be the best thing. But because we're starting at the back of the grid, I'm thinking that we might do an extra stop, just so that we can kind of mess around a little bit. It's not something I would recommend, Raiden, really. I somehow make Monaco sound fun to race at. Well, it's gonna get interesting. Norris once again outperforms Verstappen. It's kind of an interesting season. I think it's going to be close between McLaren, Red Bull, Ferrari, and then we're going to come in and be the wrecking ball that breaks the status quo. I had to take off when you did Imola how many safety cars, red flags there were. None. But K-Mag first crashed himself into the wall, and then after he was lapped, he crashed into Sainz and broke his front wing. Cost us a few points, but no safety cars, no red flags. But now we have Monaco, which is the safety car capital of the world. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I don't want to be on a hard tire at all. But we might need to... This could work, but I'm worried that other cars are going to be pitting alongside us. And that could be a problem. Still going to be 20 seconds quicker than any of the one-stop strategies. What if I do this? We go soft, we go hard. This is going to be the stupid strategy, the three-stopper. And I'm calling it stupid for a reason, because it is going to be just that. It's, again, theoretically quicker. And I'm kind of tempted to pull this, just because of the fact that it allows us to pit earlier. Basically, we pit as early as possible. Try and undercut as many cars as possible, and hard on attack is going to allow us to do that. I kind of want to try this. It's dumb. But it is a strategy tailored for starting at the back. And the reason why it's dumb is straight up because it is an extra stop. But the point there is, of course, to just try and get as many undercuts done. We do as many overtakes as quickly as possible. I don't know. How is this going to look compared to, say, the one stop at the AI almost put us on? It's still 20 seconds quicker. So I'm thinking we try this because it would be fun. It would be fun, it would be interesting, it would be something completely different to what I usually do. So I haven't even tried anything similar to this before. So I think we tried. The secret Ferrari strategy for Leclerc 2022. To be fair, Leclerc didn't start at the start dead last though in the pits, but yeah. I guess it is fairly similar. You're not completely wrong there. It's gonna be silly. I'm not gonna make any excuses. It's gonna be silly. It's most likely will not work because it is hard to overtake in Monaco. But it's gonna be fun. And honestly, that's kind of the point of this challenge, to just have fun. So we are gonna deploy here. Honestly, we're not gonna deploy with Alonso because I don't want my drivers to waste battery on each other. So we're gonna allow Sainz to push, get some overtakes first, and then we'll do the same with Alonso and just have them kind of do that in tandem. I did mess up Alonso's setup, so apparently I went the wrong way on the rear wing, so we can actually fix that now. I think this is good. And how about you? Looks okay. But yeah. We're gonna try the silly strategy. It might backfire horrendously, and if it does, so be it. Let's see if we can get this to work. This is a safety car is absolutely gonna shaft us if it comes at any point where we don't want one. So this could still go really, really badly.
Well then, it's not long. We're here and the streets are abuzz at the Monaco Grand Prix. And it's lights out and away we go.
Oh, that's a terrible start for the Ferrari. So many cars are getting by on the right side there. That's unfortunate. That's actually really unfortunate for everyone, really. I started on the left side on the grid. Verstappen has already lost a position that he just bullies back immediately. And Leclerc bullies him again. Okay. I think we're getting a safety car just watching what Verstappen and Leclerc done on lap 1. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting. Also, with Sainz there almost getting put in the wall. Oh my god, Verstappen with a huge major fault already? On the gearbox? You shouldn't have, it's Christmas. Lap 1, Verstappen picks up a major fault in his gearbox. That is actually insanity. Sainz is making good work here, already up 2 places. Alonso should start moving as well. We're going to have him start DRSing. Sargent is a threat up ahead. We don't like to see that. Gonna lie. We'll give Sainz back to DRS too. Yeah, Verstappen already has cost Perez 3 seconds. Perez has picked up damage somehow. Does anyone... I'm going to have to ask you guys, did anyone remember if Perez had this at the start of the race? Because that... Did he hit the wall or something? Gearbox damage is permanent. Verstappen 2 has gearbox damage. Both the Red Bulls are in the mud. Piastri is suffering. It's lap 2. Verstappen is going to cause safety car. His gearbox is going to explode and he's going to cause safety car. I'm calling it now. It's just what is going to have to happen here. I can already feel it happening. I can already feel it happening. For now, though, we are just going to allow Sainz to do a little bit of recharging. We'll take a look at what everyone else is on. So, this is actually perfect for us. There's no one else on a soft tire. A lot of the cars at the back are on hards. We are definitely up here for some undercutting. We can make the undercuts work here. That's actually kind of amazing. Magnussen, you've already assaulted Sainz once. Please don't do it again. I beg of thee. Do you know your dedicated video memory? My game crashes a lot. I have a 4070. I don't remember how much video memory it has, but it's pretty decent. It could also be that your RAM is not enough. Floppy, that your RAM is causing problems. I had that issue on the first game before I upgraded my graphics card. And basically, you can make some pseudo RAM by using part of your hard drive as like an extra RAM thing. I don't remember what it's called. Virtual machine RAM or something like that. And you could be running out of that. So that could be a problem. Yeah, I spent my YouTube money to get a 4070 Firkin, so it's thanks to you all that my computer got that upgrade, so I appreciate you all for that. Virtual memory, that's the one, yes, thank you. It could straight up be that you are running out of virtual memory too, because that was crashing my game a lot in 22, and that could be the problem with the game too for you right now, I would think. I know that I always put my virtual memory to like 16 or even 30 gig. 16 or 32, I don't remember which one. So I've upped my virtual memory. That could really be what is causing you some problems too. I'm no tech guy, I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Basically, you can make some RAM that isn't really RAM on your computer, called virtual memory. That kind of helps your RAM out if it's too low. And as a result, if you up your virtual memory, it's going to help your RAM out a little bit to avoid some games crashing. It's going to be a little bit taxing your hard drive, but it's helpful to avoid needing to upgrade your computer, for instance. Dedicated memory is like 128 megabit. Are you playing on a laptop, Fluffy? Or integrated graphics? Because integrated graphics, I think, unfortunately, just aren't going to be enough to play this game. Yeah, but if it's 128 megabyte graphic card, it's definitely an integrated one. And that just is unfortunately not going to be enough for most modern games. Please, Hulk, let us buy. I beg of thee. Good, we got Science buy. Now we just need to get Alonso buy. Sargent is already 8 seconds off the pack. That is horrendous. Verstappen is falling down to 9th. 10th now, as Tsunoda is bullying him. Yeah, Verstappen is out already. He's not scoring points today. Okay, time to go by Rick. I'm gonna have Alonso do a little bit of harvesting because, let's face it, I don't want him to fight Sainz at the moment. We are getting close to our first pit stop here, and honestly, we almost have a pit stop on Sargent. I wish I was joking, but we almost have a pit stop on Sargent. That's actually madness, and we might actually overtake Verstappen now on lap 11. Well, lap 12. No, actually lap 11. Just don't have the battery right now. I never thought I would say these words, but Verstappen is currently holding us up at Monaco. Wish I could run this on your phone. Yeah, unfortunately this game is kind of graphics heavy, floppy, so it is a bit unfortunate. I believe Motorsport Manager is on your phone. Like, you can play it on your phone. It's kind of similar, but it's dated, so do keep that in mind. But yeah, it's a graphic heavy game. It's gonna require a slightly better computer, unfortunately. Okay, I need Sainz to just send it on Verstappen. We already lost 2 seconds to show. We're going to do one more lap, I think, here, and then we're going to be pitting Sainz. Alonso should be fine doing 2 more laps. And yeah, we're actually losing time to Sargent right now while we're stuck behind Verstappen. We were 20 seconds ahead of Sargent, now we are 18. Yeah, this is actually hilarious. We're stuck behind Verstappen. I did not have that on my bingo card for this race. Motorsport managed dying so quick after 22 was released. Yeah, it makes sense, though, to be fair. It's been a couple of people asking me to play that game, and honestly, we might revisit that if we don't get a new F1 Manager game. See how it holds up. Okay, Sainz is in the pit. He is going to come out towards the back of the grid. And honestly, going full attack on the mediums as our first tire would probably have been better. But at least we beat Sargent out, so I'll take that. But he overtook us anyways. Why, Sargent? Why must you cause me pain? 10-second free air would have been huge. To be fair, Sargent can't really hold us. We should be able to just fly by him once we get to the DRS zone. Alonso's tires are also about to go bad, but let's face it, just can't get by Verstappen here. It's just being a menace. For Racing Manager's game, I don't think you need to have such heavy graphics. It really ruins the playability. To be fair, when Frontier made this game, they made it with the explicit purpose, basically, to make it look pretty. That was kind of the mentality behind it. Are we really not getting by, Sargent? I swear, this is actually painful. Is Sargent pushing right now? Is that what's going on? No, he's not even... Well, he's pushing a little bit. Next up, we sign Sargent. That's what's going to happen here. We're going to have to sign Sargent with his performance right now. We've had a crash, Stroll and Russell. Stroll, are you going to park on the straight here?
Debris on the main straight.
I assume the terminal damage is the wing.
It was George Russell involved. With not much room to move, has to be said, that was pretty risky. And having seen it back,
Round 2 from Osama bin Russell. Okay, that's going to help us out. But Stroll is still going to come out ahead of us. No, he needs to change that front wing, so we're actually safe. Phew. We're still going to push, though. I want out ahead of Stroll if possible. Russell gets a penalty. I don't think he's going to pit with just that much front wing damage. Did his tyre survive? They did. But yeah, Stroll is for sure pitting here. And I don't think he's going to retire. I think it's just a front wing that's destroyed. That is still painful. Don't leak. Seeing Alonso last breaks my heart. Well, to be fair, we are doing like a pit lane challenge. We start from the pit lane in every race, and we have just pitted. So we're trying to undercut the cars ahead, hence why we are extra dead lost. But yeah, we are going to have one heck of a job ahead of us if we want to catch up to the front. If a safety car popped out right now, it would actually be kind of amazing. We'd probably jump up into the points with both cars. And from there, we could actually make something happen. But for now, for Sainz and also for Alonso, the key here is just going to be to make clean passes. As long as we can make clean passes here and move forwards, we will be able to make something happen here. A little bit of recharge for both of them as we caught up to the back of the next order of cars. Putting back to neutral. We are going to start deploying from here. I'll also kind of stay with the recharge. Three-man DRS train is not going to be easy to pass. Particularly when we get absolutely blocked in by Ocon again.
Copy.
50% on most of these, which means they will be pitting before too long. But yeah, I definitely should have gone medium full attack. It would have been better here with how long everyone is staying out. And I'm going to allow Alonso here to just make the pass. We're going to tell him to not fight teammate. And he's going to lose a little bit of time. But we need to recharge here anyways for Sainz to have any chance of getting a pass done. So a little bit of sacrifice for long-term gain is going to be okay here. We would have done the same if it was the other way around. And thanks to that, Alonso here does get two very, very easy overtakes. So we'll take that. Get starting at a grid who invited him. So Bottas wasn't taken by Ferrari. He was not. Wonder, nice to see you. No, Ferrari decided to promote Hauger instead, which is interesting. Let's just put it like that. And we're gonna just deploy here now with Sainz. I think we might be able to get one of the Alpines. Nice. Maybe even the other one as well. We're doing a bit of an interesting three-stopper here this time in Monaco. That's a pretty brave send. Okay, Sainz versus Magnussen again. We have Tsunoda, we have Rick in the pits. Pit stops are happening. Are we going to be able to undercut both of them? Alonso is going to be able to do that. But unfortunately for Sainz, he's just getting one of them. So it has begun. We need to move forwards right now, make something happen. And we're actually doing a fairly decent job at that, I dare say. Doesn't like it's super graphic heavy for these days. You just run this game on mid-end work laptop. Yeah, you can change the settings pretty much, but integrate graphics just in is not going to be enough. And unfortunately, that is what Fluffy is working with. Hello. Bitches. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Thank you, Wanda. Appreciate it. To be fair, Fortnite is, I believe, optimized to run on anything at this point. So, it's not that surprising that you're able to run Fortnite. And we get Albon into the corner here. We've actually done a lot of overtaking into this corner. Alonso gets Verstappen into that corner, I believe.
Keep watching Alonso with this one. The opportunity's there. And Alonso.
So when are we getting the safety car? Do we have any bets on that one? Okay. I think we'll get the overtake done here even if we don't have energy. And we did in fact get it done, so we're fine. Paris's fault has also escalated. Same with Piastri's. Okay. We're getting a spicy Monaco here. 3 potential courses of a safety car. Red Bull no points. Russell with penalty. This is getting wild. Sargent going back to his usual race target P20. Hey, don't be mean. He's ahead of Magnussen at the moment. Lap 53. Okay. I'll try and keep that in mind. But yeah, so far this is actually going pretty well in terms of undercutting. Paris has pitted, but again with the damage to his gearbox, that's not going to work out for him. Russell's going to pick up a penalty, and if we take a look at the times, it takes about 20 seconds to pit here. We could potentially undercut all the way up to Hamilton in 4th. Question is if we can create gaps enough that this strategy is going to work out for us. We still have 2 more stops to do. Okay, need to clear Russell, and then we need to clear Paris with damage. To be fair, Paris could actually work out as an incredibly important chess piece here in terms of that he can hold cars behind him up. And he can hold them up a lot. So, strategy-wise, we're still looking pretty good. We are, in fact, catching up. But this is kind of what you have to do when you're starting from the pit lane anyway. So you have to offset your pit stops, so you get a lot of free overtakes. Specifically around Monaco. Piastri is pitting. He's going to the hard tire. Okay, so he's not going to be pitting for a long time. We're not going to be able to undercut him. He's a little bit too far ahead for that. But Paris might get him. He did not, unfortunately. So both of the cars ahead of us now have a lot of damage, and they're going to be slow. That's also known as not ideal. But let's face it, if we... This is actually... Okay, I'm going to pause here and just explain my thought process here. Piastri and Paris both have some pretty insane damage in the sense that, if we look at this, Piastri has engine failure looming over him. Paris has a gearbox failure looming over him. Both of those failures are going to make them really slow. And because of that, because they'll be able to DRS off each other, as long as we can clear them, they are going to be just a brick in the road for everyone behind. They are going to hold them up so badly that it's going to be kind of funny. Right now they're pushing, however, so we'll just put it back down to neutral. But if we can clear them, then we are going to be basically, I think, on for a podium. That's going to be my hopes, at least. Am I running any mods? I'm currently running the maximal graphic preset mod. That's the only thing. It's makes the game look a little bit better. But apart from that, currently I'm running no other mods. I do use the database editor a lot, but that's not really relevant for this save. But yeah, not really running any mods at the moment apart from that. So far, I'd say we are looking very, very good here. Can turn signs back to neutral. Verstappen ran wide. Okay. Paris is currently falling behind. That is kind of beautiful to see, because that means we can make the overtake. Need to do it now before he potentially catches up to Piastri again. Very good. Hamilton needs to pit. I don't think we can fight for a win here. I'm not going to lie. Norris and Leclerc are just too far up the road. They're half a minute ahead of us. But a safety car could help us here to get a win. I think without a safety car, we might be looking at a chance of getting a podium. I'm going to be a little bit optimistic here and say that a podium is potentially in the cards. How does one remind at Monaco? Well, usually when you remind in Monaco, you hit a wall. So good question, honestly. Run wild and wide. Honestly, they're not too far off riding, so that's fair. Okay, Norris is pitting. To be fair, again, he's just so far ahead, we can't undercut him, so it doesn't really matter much. The fact that Piastri is catching Hamilton, though, is worrying. He went to a medium tire. I think Leclerc's going to do the same. Hamilton's probably going to do the same. See, if we pit now, we're going to come out around show. And for Sainz, he's going to come out probably around Danny Rick. So we aren't actually losing too many positions if we do pit. So far this has worked out really, really great. And then we just need to make that medium stint also a really, really good one. And then we can build with the soft stint. I just want to make consideration here because we're so far up the order. What if we go to a light soft? What can we expect then? Let's say that we pit earlier than expected. It's going to be about a second slower, but on the flip side, we can go attack towards the end of these soft stints, and that's incredibly powerful in Monaco. And it does allow me to adjust the final stint as I see fit. We might change things around a little bit right now. And the main reason why is because, let's say, once we pit Alonso here, we are going to be dropping probably down to where Hauger is. If we can undercut Hauger, that would be amazing, but he just pitted for new hards. If we want to pit ahead of him, it has to be now. Immediately. And if Alonso loses, Perez, Tsunoda, Sainz, it's not terrible. He's still going to have about, 10 seconds of fresh air. I think we pit now onto this light soft. And then we just do 2 light softs till the end. I think that can work out really, really good. Am I going to use the 2025 season DLC when the full one comes out? Yes. 2025 season DLC is coming. The 2025 season DLC is not an official thing. There's a group of modders who have gone together to make a mod for the 2025 season. They're aiming to release it before the start of the season. So it's a independent project. It's not anything related to Frontier or the F1 game. It's a mod, basically. Okay, what did I miss? Max was max doing P14. He picked up damage on lap 1. Basically, his gearbox is absolutely shafted. I think we gamble here with Alonso. We get him in. We're going to put him on a soft tire. We're going to run it light. And I just think that is going to be the fastest strategy that we can do here. We should be able to come out ahead of show, and let's face it, with Hauger, we should be able to get that overtake. I'm not too worried. Alonso is going to, again, just be traffic stuck here for a while anyways. For Sainz, we could actually do a similar thing. Danny Rick is the car that we'd have to beat. We'd lose a couple of positions. But I think it's better in the long run to do it like this. It's also just insanely powerful around this track, so we will gamble, and we will gamble hard. Okay, Alonso comes in. About 19 seconds down to Hauger. We need a very clean pit stop. 3 seconds, that is really not good enough. Hauger is flying down the straight here. He is ahead of Alonso. Show even makes it ahead of Alonso. That is not what we were hoping for. Sainz comes out behind Rick. So if I pitted probably a lap or so earlier, we might have been able to avoid having to get past these trains. This could really, really backfire, but I think it will be fine. We need to get some heat in tires anyways. We can now recharge our batteries, and then we can make the overtake stick. So I don't think it's gonna hurt us too bad in the long run. I think we'll be fine. But this 3-stop strategy is working. P5 and P8, 30 seconds from leader. How are the AI tires? Well, generally most of them are kind of mid-stint or just freshly pitted, which is kind of why I wanted to do this, because again, we're offsetting ourselves a little more. Everyone behind us needs to pit very, very soon, which is going to make life a little bit easier again. I'll give some fresh tires, Piastri on relatively fresh tires, Norris some fresh tires. But for the rest of them, they're going to have to pit relatively shortly. So I think this is going to work out in the long run. And running lighter should also be perfect because we have a 40-degree track. That is going to help out with running a light soft. We might even go one step further here and just slap this off down to conserve. And that way we might actually survive all the way till the end. So as you can imagine, you can do quite silly stuff here with the soft tires around Monaco, and it's always fun to do something silly. Not really recommended to run conserve though. Probably better to run 2 stints. But yeah, for Alonso now, just get a little bit more heat into this, and then we'll start being competitive. And kind of actually similar from Science, we're just recharging the battery while chilling a little bit. I think we'll put him back to neutral so he'll catch up to Danny Rick. Curious if we're going to have any more damage, and if they're actually going to be able to survive with the damage that they have till the end. I was promised a safety car lap 53. That could be very interesting, because that would help the AI a lot. Says here, video memory is slow. I haven't actually run into that error before. Floppies, I don't know how to help you with that one. Okay. We are 40 seconds off the lead here, but again, I don't think it's going to be a huge problem. Hamilton is now pitting, and we undercut him. So that is actually pretty good. Also time for us to start doing a little bit of deploy here to get by Show and start hunting down Hauger. And Honest is here for Science, but he just does it without any deploy. Gets the job done easily there. Are we going to go full send into the corner? Of course we are. Back to neutral. And this is when we start kind of carving up the rest of the field. I think still a podium is on the menu here. I just think Norris and Leclerc are too far ahead for us to do anything about them. But let's face it, Piastri Perez are not going to be able to hold on till the end of the race here with the damage they have. They might finish, but they're not going to be competitive. So we're kind of fighting Hauger and Tsunoda here for the final podium slot. And I do think I would put Alonso as my bet there to get that done. Did Leclerc have a slow stop there? I don't think so. I think he's fine. And with that, he's not getting undercut by Piastri. If Piastri got Leclerc there, that would have been very, very unfortunate. But Norris is just a beast. He has 30 seconds on Leclerc with just 20%, well, 25% difference in tires. I don't think I've ever seen this dominant a performance from Norris before. Probably makes our Norris fan in the chat here very, very happy. But yeah, Alonso is back on the attack. We're going to give him a little bit of deploy here to close down to Hauger. And then we can start hunting Perez and Tsunoda. Like so. Beautifully done. And we're already basically on Perez here. Perez's tires and Tsunoda's tires are both actually starting to go off. They need to pit again. Really, same as we do, really. So, honestly, Piastri needs to pit again too. So right now, we're actually on the same number of remaining pit stops. And that is kind of interesting. I am happy indeed. That's good to hear. Yellow flag.
It's a fairly heavy accident.
I see Verstappen hugging the wall. Is it Osama bin Russell again? It is. He killed him in the exact same manner he killed Stroll. You gotta be joking with me. He did the exact same thing to Verstappen. that he did to Stroll. I don't think Verstappen got any damage though. It looks like the front wing is safe. Russell got more damage though. He has escalated his damage. That safety car is getting more and more likely. This is the weirdest save game I've had so far in this year's game, I think.
Yeah.
Russell with another penalty. Is that his third penalty in 3 races now? Oh, that's hilarious. Just fully turned into me, indeed. Oh, virtual safety car. Who is... Top 4 are still alive. Show has crashed, okay. I believe that is ramming damage too, so he might actually just straight up be out. He is. We have just a virtual safety car for this though. That is both Norris and Leclerc going a little bit up Hugh. If it wasn't a virtual, I think we might have jumped in here to get a medium till the end. But yeah, that spices things up slightly. There was a bit of a safety car lap 53. I think we're getting very close to lap 53 here. We're on... Well, we're lap 43 here, so 10 laps off. 10 laps until safety car. Is this race indicating Max 2025 season? Well, to be fair, before this race we did kind of nab GP. GP is Alonso's race engineer now, and they did kind of hire someone who doesn't know what, you know, a race car looks like, judging by their overall. So if someone nabs GP, maybe, but I don't think we are getting that in reality. But yeah, so far not really much we can do other than just wait for this virtual safety car to end. Then we're going to start chasing down Piastri. We're going to deploy with Sainz because he needs to get Hamilton. We are going to deploy with Alonso. He needs to get Tsunoda. Temperatures are also a little bit of a problem here, so we do need to keep that in mind as well. But Sainz does get Hamilton. It's relative ease here. And can Alonso do the same to Tsunoda, who's also now picked up a damage? Picked up some damage. My English is getting more broken the longer I play this. What is Tsunoda's issue? It's the Red Bull powertrain. They're exploding this race weekend. The Ferrari sabotage is coming through here to sabotage our competitors. All that's missing now is that, you know, Norris or Leclerc take one or the other out, which is kind of difficult because there's a half a minute between them. But yeah, this is getting kind of spicy. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, kind of spicy at this point. Tsunoda's P4 needs to be studied. There we go, Alonso. Good work. 7.5 seconds now, up to Piastri. Time to start chasing him. In terms of lap times, 14.5 there. 1.5 seconds quicker than Piastri. 14.1 for Sainz. Again, a lot quicker than most of the cars around him. So we shall take that. Hamilton is getting a little bit of a free pass here, but he does have fresher tires, so not really. But I don't mind. We'll be able to get away from him once we stick him in behind Perez there. How does Yuki's legs even reach the throttle, mate? Really curious. They do have individually fitted seats, Fluffy, so every car's cockpit is tailored to a specific driver, so you have to kind of change out the entire cockpit if you're going to put another driver in there. Sainz pushing like crazy now. Honestly, Sainz isn't really pushing like crazy. It's more like Perez is just slow. Shit. It's just Perez being slow more so than it is Sainz pushing. You see Tsunoda going into the pits here. What is his... I would like to see what his tires are looking at, but yeah, Perez needs to pit. Hauger can maybe go to the end here. I don't think so, but Piastri for sure is going to need to pit here. We are getting into the end game. And it is definitely going our way. I'm surprised we actually haven't had a safety car yet, I'm not gonna lie. It's also getting very close to the point where we need to pit. I think for now we're just gonna manage our tires a little bit more. We don't have to go aggressive yet. We are gonna go attack at one point because we have a lot of tire to burn off before we do pit. But for now it's fine to just stay where we are. We are running slightly cool tires here, but we're not slower than any of the cars ahead of us. So it is perfectly fine, I think, to just run it as it is. Hamilton did also lose a good 4 seconds there behind Perez, so we'll take that. Yeah, just 2 seconds now after Piastri. 2 seconds up to Hauger. We could potentially create a little bit of mayhem here, I think. I don't think we're catching Leclerc, but 3rd and 4th. Definitely on the menu here. Leclerc is pushing right now. He's doing 13 blanks. He wants to catch Norris by the end of this. I think for Sainz here, he has so much energy that we're just going to deploy. And honestly, for Alonso here, what we're going to do now is just keep him on neutral. He should be able to overtake Piastri, and if he does not, we just do recharge. Okay, we're going to recharge and try again next lap. Although, to be fair, yeah, it's just not safe. Let's recharge, get it done next lap, and Sainz should be able to do the exact same thing. I've been promised a safety car in 1 lap. Let's pray that it's not us causing said safety car, because that would be kind of sad. I think I'm going to deploy this lap. I'm going to deploy on the next one. We have recharge over this lap. And they're pushing right now. We're not actually getting this done. It is getting close enough here to the pit stops that I think we just go full attack. We burn off what we have left on these soft tires. And that should be also enough to get the overtakes done. I say as I almost see Alonso get taken out by Piastri. Question now is going to be, can Stroll knock Perez out of the points? Yeah, that is a lot better. Pit window entered. We get the overtake done. We should see something similar from Sainz. Not completely similar. But we are getting there. Slowly but surely. Just 1 safety car and Sainz will be on the podium? Probably. 1 safety car and we might be able to fight for the win. Let's use a little energy we were left here for Sainz because Hauger is being a little bit of a nuisance at the moment. We need to clear him. Oh, never mind. We have a wild Verstappen has appeared and blocked us. Verstappen cost us a good 1.5 seconds there. Let's just harvest. Let's harvest, get some energy back while we catch up to Hauger again. But yeah, Verstappen there was not in a good position. Not in a good position for us at all. That is so sad for Max. Yeah, he picked up damage, or rather his gearbox exploded on lap 1 with a major fault. So, not really much he's been able to do this race. Just straight up been struggling. Does underfueling work at every track? Yes, generally underfueling is going to be a good idea at every track, as far as I've seen. Freed. Should not be, should be, again, just straight up quicker. Okay, Sainz, I need you to just get by. You would please. Alonso's creating a good gap here. When he pits, he's going to come out by Tsunoda and be about to get lapped. which would be bad. I would like to avoid getting lapped. You might actually have to try and stay out it until Norris has pitted. No, we'll be fine. But yeah, getting lapped here. We're getting dangerously close. Perez has been lapped. Sainz finally gets Hauge while I'm worrying about the lapping issue. But yeah, it's troublesome. Sainz is gonna get lapped when he pits. That's just how things are gonna be here. Sainz is gonna be in the danger zone. I think it'll be like 2 seconds clear of the pit of the lap. To be fair, Norris is going to need to pit within 2 or 3 laps after that, so it's not really a huge problem. But it's not a good feeling, let's just put it like that. Very surprised that Max still didn't retire the car since lap 1. Yeah, none of them have gotten a, race ending fault yet, and 3 of these guys have had issues in basically lap 1, so it's kind of wild. What dirty air tolerance effect in the game? Worse than great. Right now we are running cars that have 30% dirty air tolerance. Basically, it just makes it harder to follow the car in front. Makes it a little bit more difficult to overtake. But if you consider the fact that we have less than 30% dirty air tolerance, it's not really affecting us much. Really, I would recommend you to only invest in... Not really invest in dirty air tolerance. The main time when it's going to be useful to you is going to be in rain. So... in most scenarios, dirty air tolerance just isn't going to be a factor. We are going to come out ahead of Paris here, for sure. But we are going to probably be lapped and have to run a couple of laps behind Norris. It's just going to be the reality of the situation. Undercutting Piastri now should be fairly easy, though. .49. Where is Norris? Norris is in the final corner. You can see the 8 there. We're actually safe for the time being, and with the fresher tires, we should be able to survive not getting lapped for the time being, which is kind of okay. So that means also that Alonso is going to be safe from this. We'll have to see if we beat Tsunoda and Hamilton out. We probably will not, which is going to be a little bit unfortunate. But Tsunoda and Hamilton both have old tires. We should be able to overtake them again. So I'm not too concerned. We're definitely ending up behind them. They're going to get to the corner before us. Oh. Hammy, my boy. Why could you not do this 1-2 laps before? This is going to be spicy, though, because Hauge is going to pit. Piastri is going to pit. Tsunoda is going to pit. We are going to be starting on soft tires, slightly worse, behind Leclerc and Norris. We're getting the shootout. And Sainz is 1 millimeter. Wait, where is Sainz? For some reason, this feels like Sainz is not on track anymore. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting vibes that we're in trouble. But yeah, Sainz not being lapped here is huge. Like, it's insanely huge. I just felt like Sainz was missing, honestly. I felt like he had gone off an escape road.
Why? Why is they pick up?
Hamilton has crashed, indeed. Where's timing? Honestly, I don't think the timing's too bad here. Okay, with how much are you paying the F1 manager course? Lando was comfortable winning. To be fair, I don't think staying a lap longer would make any sort of difference here. So, let's face it, us pitting early here is going to cost us a little bit in terms of tire wear. But, let's face it, we are a little bit behind Piastri here. To be fair, Sainz is going to end up behind him. Before Alonso, he's going to overtake both Piastri and Hauge. Sainz is going to overtake, most likely, I would think, Tsunoda and Hauge. So it's a bit unfortunate for Sainz, yes. But this is going to put us right behind Norris and Leclerc for Alonso on very, very fresh tires and with extra fuel and extra everything. So It's not as bad as it could be. And we'll have to see now if Norris actually goes for the pit. So Piastri is in, as we expected. Did Hauge stay out? Oh no, Hauge, you... Let us take a moment of silence for the Ferrari strategy that decided to keep Hauge out with 50% worn cards. May he rest in potato. That is actually insane. That's actually an insane piece of Ferrari strategy. And Tsunoda also staying out. Piastri actually snuck out ahead of Sainz, which was what we expected.
Okay.
Leclerc, are you pitting? Are you... Uh-huh. I question reality right now. Norris has won because he is going to have fresh mediums. He can, you know, run away. Okay, how aggressive can we run these tires? Basically not aggressive at all. We're just going to stick with what we have. Getting a win is going to be difficult from this position because, let's face it, Leclerc and Hauge didn't get out of the way. They, for some insane reason, thought that these hard tires, these mediums, are okay to stay out on. Now, this is a gap Leclerc has, and he decided to not pit. Of course, it could be pretty cheeky and pit on this one, mayhaps. But I want to fire the Ferrari head of strategy in this game and put a random number generator in its place, because that random number generator would do a better job. Does it running avoid risk to curb, save tires, and a safety car? I don't think it matters much. You're running so slow anyways, Justin, but I haven't tested it. Feel free to try it out, see if there's any difference between your drivers, for instance. But yeah, this is it's going to be an insane end. We are most likely going to get both cars on the podiums because Piastri just isn't going to be able to compete with us. Tsunoda isn't going to be able to compete with anyone. Hauge is not going to be able to compete. Neither is Leclerc. Norris is going to sail off into the distance like a, you know, happy camper. I don't understand Ferrari. Why do they always forget what strategy is in Monaco? To be fair, it's very realistic. Very realistic Ferrari strategy happening right here. But yeah, it's 15 laps. Like, it's Monaco, but these mediums, the hards, they're going to be destroyed. I'm absolutely flabbergasted to the point where I don't know what to say. Honestly. Like, I'm completely lost for words. Lap cars may now overtake, okay. Considering the number of lap cars, that's going to be quite the number. I still haven't got every lap car through. There we go. Like, we're going to catch Sargent at this point before the end of this race. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I think we still keep on running light. Still quite a number of laps remaining in this race. We are going to deploy. I'm just going to play it safe here. Like, I don't think we are, even if I do run aggressive tires, I don't think we are getting up, you know, past both the Ferraris quick enough that I can be a problem for Norris. If I want to be a problem for Norris, I need to have a tire advantage for the last 10 laps here. And that's going to be difficult to obtain, really. And as you can see, Leclerc is already 2 seconds behind. Alonso did get that overtake done really, really quickly. But even then, let's face it, Norris is in a better car. He is a comparable driver. He's had a good string of races. His mentality should be high. I don't see us being able to catch him here. particularly with him getting a 3-second lead with 10 laps to go. I do need to have Sainz though make some moves. And to that, I think we put him on aggressive for a couple laps here. If we take a look here at what we can expect if we run aggressive, we should be fine towards the end. But we're losing time just because of degradation. So we'll run aggressive until we get the overtakes done. And honestly, I could try and run aggressive with Alonso till the end too. And just see if we can catch Norris. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult. But I think it's also a gamble that needs to be made. Yeah, we did not get Ferrari on this lap. Can we get them up the hill? Nope. You're going to go some neutral. Piastri and Sainz are battling towards the hairpin. I think we came out on top there. It's not over yet. Piastri's giving it everything right now to keep the place. He's still not giving up. But yeah, 5 seconds now in Norris's favor is a little bit too much, I think. And we are just still struggling to even get past Leclerc. Piastri got back on Sainz. The fact that he has fresh softs is a problem because his gearbox isn't good enough to fight more than just one car. Good, he got Hauger. Paris's fault is now terminal. Is he going to survive till the pits, or do we get another safety car? He is retiring, okay. Alonso has finally gotten past Leclerc, and we are now chasing down Norris here. It's going to be interesting. Also, second place guaranteed, running lights better for now. I have to see though, if we can close down on Norris, this might work out. I think I'll tune him down to standard. Honestly, keeping on aggressive, we'll get attacked the last couple of laps. Sainz finally gets Hauger. But as you can see, it's already, the gaps are already starting to form, and it's going to be a bit of a problem here to close them down again. Let's get some energy in here. Tsunoda and Piastri should hold each other up, which is, again, problematic. Because it gives DRS defense, if you will. Alonso just isn't catching Norris quick enough here to be a problem. And that's kind of the main issue. I needed Leclerc to pit. And he elected to not do that. He still loves you, man. God bless you. Hello, Blessed. How you doing? Let us put that back to neutral. Yeah, Norris is burning those mediums. 5 laps remaining here. Full attack is probably viable, I would say. So let's tune the cars up a little bit here. Let's give it our all. And for Sainz, we're going to start deployment here a little bit earlier. We need to get by Piastri on this one if we want to get that final podium spot. That right there is key if we can make it happen. Make it stick. And we also get Tsunoda. Nice, 2 for 1 special on overtakes here. 3 seconds up now to Leclerc. I think we'll have just about enough time to make this work. If not, we'll tune it down towards the end. Yellow flag. Virtual safety car. Charles. That kills you, Charles. Oh, Charles. Why? This is the definition of life is pain at Monaco. That's what I call this painting. I'm going to add it to my collection. That does secure Norris, though, I think. That just does not give us enough time to catch up again.
And it was involving Leclerc this time.
I love this angle. We can see exactly what happened. Red flag!
Yeah,
Yeah, red flag. Red flag.
Lando, I'm coming for you.
That's... Oh, no, that's not...
That's
quite
also a great
what we
angle. We
wanted.
can see exactly what
Perhaps a little
happened.
lapse in concentration, maybe.
Oh my god. What a freebie. Because I'm pretty sure Lando does not have a fresh soft. This race is a story. 3 laps to go. Red flag. I think we get 2 laps of racing then.
In this race, we are all set and ready once more. And it's lights out.
Okay.
And away we go.
Full deploy for both of our cars. No, this race is rigged. I'm sorry, Lando. It's because Charles didn't pit. It's because Leclerc didn't pit and get fresh tires. He lost grip and crashed. Okay, I'm gonna check that we have both of our drivers on high overtake aggression. We got that sorted. We got everything on deploy. We got 2 laps here, which means we're gonna get DRS on the second one. With 80 my god, he's curse. Oh, I'm sorry for you, man. I really, really am. But yeah, let's see here what happens. Poor start from us, good start from Norris. Norris is on old mediums. No, Norris, why? And there we go. And through goes Alonso. Can Sainz do the same?
Let's go.
That was very good.
Alonso overtakes Norris. I'm not gonna replay that for Lando's sanity. We could still crash ourselves, let's be perfectly honest here. It's not over yet. Norris is already a second behind, however. We're not actually gonna get DRS because it's just 1 DRS zone. What can Sainz do here? Sainz versus Norris. Let's watch it from this angle for this final lap of tonight's stream.
So now they're behind. Car behind 1 second. Try your best.
Come on, Sainz. Verstappen with a terminal mechanical fault. He retires on the final lap of the race. I think Lando is safe, however. We just didn't get the exit we were looking for.
Behind 1
Oh, looks like Lando hit the wall there for a second. Should we DRS him off the line? Is that what's going to happen right now? We get him with DRS to the line. Come on, Sainz.
Won that race. Thanks.
Norris is safe. He gets second place.
This is amazing.
Alonso gets fastest lap.
Well done, guys.
I think we can be happy with that. A little bit of luck that at the end gave us the win. I'm not gonna lie. Norris got absolutely shafted. There's no way around it. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Yeah, good job, guys.
I'm very sorry, Lando, that Norris ended up disappointing you like that. You can be happy with that. I am. I'm very happy with that. We basically did the last first. With a little bit of help, to be fair. The safety car helped tremendously. Ferrari strategy helped tremendously. Leclerc sacrificed himself. It's kind of insane if you consider everything that happened. So Norris is still leading the championship. Don't worry about that. You can still be happy about this, Lando. You're still leading the championship. Sainz and Alonso here gets a good haul of points. And in the constructors now, we do catch up a little bit. But McLaren is still pretty dominant up there. Red Bull is struggling. But yeah, this has actually been a really, really good stream. A lot of fun. And apparently Sainz DNF'd, according to the according to the information there. We got our factory, we got our helipad. That's going to help out a ton. But yeah, it did say size DNF'd on the payout screen, which is kind of hilarious. But we have now reached enthusiastic, and again, with these boosts, we should be fine for the next couple of races to get some more good results. I'll also say it's almost maxed out already, even before he gets a confidence boost. So again, mentality really, really overpowered. But we are gonna continue this probably next time, probably next weekend. I don't think I'll have time to stream tomorrow. I might stream during the week itself, but I don't think I'm really gonna have time for that either, to be fair. So probably next Saturday. I was about to say Sunday. Next Saturday, probably around the same time is what I'm thinking. But I'll post in my Discord if I end up streaming any time sooner than that. Thank you all for stopping by. Thank you all for your nice comments and inputs. I appreciate them. And I do hope to see you around next time. Bye-bye, everyone. Monaco did not happen, Lando. It was a fever dream. We'll completely ignore it. It's deleted from the calendar. But yeah, bye-bye. Thank you, everyone. See you next time. Peace.